Will do. Okay, Chair, you're now live.
Good evening. I'm Councillor Val Bryant. I'd like to welcome everybody, member, officers, members of the public to this meeting of the Planning Control Committee. Before the meeting, I'd like to invite the committee, member and scrutiny officer to conduct a roll of officers joining remotely. Thank you, James.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so we should just be joined by one Herts County officer this evening. It's Matthew Armstrong. Can you hear us and can we hear you, Matthew?
Yes, good evening, members. Can you hear me?
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 1, apologies for absence. Apologies for absence have been received from Councillor Terry Tyler and Councillor Sean Nolan and Daniel Allen. They are substituted by Councillors Nigel Mason and Amy Allen, respectively. Any further apologies? Thank you. Item 2, minutes the 20th of April 2022. I propose we take as read and approve as a true record of proceedings the minutes of the meeting on the 20th of April 2022. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Levitt, thank you for seconding. Are there any comments on the minutes? James, can we have the vote?
Chair, that motion is carried.
Thank you. Item 3, notification of any other business. There is none. Item 4, Chair's announcements. 1, audio recording. In accordance with Council policy, this meeting is being audio recorded as well as filmed. The audio recordings will be available to view on MudGov and the film recordings via the NHDC YouTube channel. Declarations of interest. Members are reminded to make declarations of interest before an item. A detailed reminder of this and speaking rights is set out under Chair's announcements on the agenda. To clarify matters for registered speakers, members of the public have 5 minutes for each group of speakers. That is 5 minutes for objectors, 5 minutes supporters. The 5 minutes applies also to member advocates, although we have 2 items, which are items 7 and 8, that relate to Lord Lister Hotel, where I've agreed to have 10 minutes to each group of speakers. The break, we will expect to have a break after item 8 or at 9 o'clock, whichever comes first. Changing in order of the agenda, I've agreed to take items 7 and 8 on the agenda ahead of item 6. Item 6 will now follow the conclusion of item 8. Public participation. Can I please confirm the following registered speakers are in attendance? Chris Lobb. Thank you. Scott Moyer. Anu Punjabu. Sorry, I'll try again. Punjar. James O'Grady. Jill Saunders. Philip Crow. Neil Harmsworth. I don't think he's here yet. No. Thank you. I would like to remind everyone that we have a lengthy agenda this evening, especially for the 2 items where speakers have been given extra time. That we are here to make planning decisions based on material planning considerations. So that needs to be our focus. I'd like to move on to item 7, which is 22/00117, no, try again, 22/00170, the Lord Lister Hotel, with Simon Ellis to present.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, members, and good evening, everyone else. My name's Simon Ellis. I'm the Development Conservation Manager. I'm not going to elaborate on the report because it speaks for itself. I'm going to just give one minor update and then a couple of points of clarification, and then I will run through some slides that we have. First of all, draw members' attention to paragraph 3.4. I've advised members to read comments received on the website, and further representations have continued to be placed on the website over recent days. So that's a reminder that I've given. It's in the report. First point of clarification is paragraph 4.1.1, where there's reference to 24 self-contained bedrooms. That should be 21. And the next point of clarification is, or correction, is 4.2.2. The last sentence should read, managers and staff accommodation is within the existing building. Can I turn to the slides now, please? Next one, please. So this is slide 1. This is a site location plan of the Lord Lister Hotel and Car Park at the junction of Bridge Street, Park Street and Queen Street in Hitchin. Next slide, please. So that's the site location plan as produced by the applicant. Next slide, please. This is elevations as existing and a park ground floor plan showing the location of the entrance gate and position of CCTV cameras on the frontage. You can see those points in green there, that's CCTV points. Next slide, please. This is block plan showing external features, including lighting and boundary fence. Next one, please. Now, this is the ground floor plan showing office, meeting rooms, and ground floor staff space, kitchen and laundry room. And it also shows in annotation privacy films on external windows, internal and external CCTV points, secondary glazing for noise protection, and internal locks. Those plans have been on the website, and I hope members would have had a look at them. Next slide, please. This is the first floor plan. This includes bedrooms, and it also shows you where secondary glazing would be on the frontage, and again, internal CCTV points shown in the corridors. Next one, please. This is the second floor plan. It includes more bedrooms, secondary glazing on the frontage again, and internal CCTV points you can see there on the key. And the next one, please. So here's a photograph of the front of Lord Lister on a rainy day. Next one, please. Here's a wider view from across the road towards Park Street. And the next one. And a wider view of the frontage from Queen Street. Next one, please. And here's the vehicular access to the rear car park underneath the bridge. Next one, please. Here's a view under the entrance towards the car park to the rear. And the next one. And here's a view of part of the car park, part of the rear car park. And the next one, please. And here's the pedestrian entrance to the building, again, from the car park. And those are the slides. Thank you, Chair. And I'd just like to set out the recommendation, which is the planning permission be granted subject to conditions set out in paragraph 6.1. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Ellis. Are there any questions from the members? Clarification? This part is just for the members. Okay. Councillor Levitt.
Thank you, Chair. Not a question as such, but before we move into the public's part of this particular item, I, as Chair of Overview and Scrutiny, have done a call for account on the process of the Lord Lister grant application and the contract, which will be will come into the Overview and Scrutiny on the 12th of July. As Chairman of that committee and part of this planning committee, I feel it's safer and better and for transparency that I don't take part in a debate or vote on this particular item to retain neutrality So, but I will remain to listen.
Thank you, Councillor Levitt. Councillor Mason?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure this is the appropriate time to ask this question, so if it's not, tell me. I notice in the report there's mention of various conditions that's recommended to be applied. I have a question about those. Is now an appropriate time to ask? I suppose the simple question was, I was particularly thinking around the noise conditions and whatever. I know that these conditions have to be applied within 3 months of a decision being taken. I suppose the obvious question is what happens if not? What actions can the council take if those conditions are not followed through?
Yes. Chair, obviously, conditions, you can enforce the terms of conditions. There is such things called breach of condition notices, but the local planning authority as an enforcing authority will act in terms of the public interest. And if, for example, there's a 3-month time limit, if that's going to slip by a few days here or there, it's very unlikely that we would come down with breaches of condition notice. If the applicant's showing sign of cooperation, if there's certain clarification that's needed on some of those details, there would be unlikely to be any enforcement action. But then on the other extreme, if, for example, after 3 months, we've not heard anything about any of those conditions and no submissions have been made, we'd have to go and look at enforcement issues. So it's a sort of case-by-case basis, but we can enforce the terms of conditions, and there is such things as breach and condition notices that we can serve and try to rectify any breaches that occur.
Thank you. Councillor Amy Allen?
I see there's for 21 self-contained bedrooms. The communal areas, the communal rooms like the living room and such, are they suitable to have 21 people in at any one given time?
That's not really for me to answer. That's how it's managed on site. I don't know whether or not you could fit 21 people in there at any one time. Would that always be the case? That's the level of accommodation shown. It's on the ground floor. There's meeting rooms there. There's laundry facilities there. There's a kitchen facility there. How people interact in the building is not really the role of the planning authority to intervene and judge, is my opinion.
Mark, would you like to add to that?
Thank you, Chair. Mark, Conservation Officer. Just to try and clarify that slightly further, having been to site quite recently, there is a what's described on the listed building application as a large meeting area appeared to be a kind of a relatively large breakout area with soft furnishings in there adjacent to the laundry, which is itself adjacent to the kitchen. I would seek further clarification as to whether that large meeting room is an area to be used by all occupiers. I don't know if that helps, Chairman.
Thank you, it does. Councillor Tony Hunter?
Thank you, Chairman. One thing that's very odd at the moment, the cameras don't seem to be going on the individual that's talking, which it normally does. So I don't know whether there's a fault of some description. Normally during debate, I would ask this question, but seeing I'm actually talking, I will ask Mr. Ellis now. In the report, you quote an inspector's decision. Our particular one is C1 to sui generis accommodation with support, but that one I note was for houses of multiple occupation, and I wondered how the two are being matched up together.
You wish to say that?
So yeah, they're not completely comparable. The reason I put that in there, because it draws out the issues that the inspector considered. He considered antisocial behaviour, he considered the concerns that were raised by local residents, and he made it quite clear in his decision notice that the planning system isn't here to regulate the occupiers of buildings, it's here to regulate land use, and other agencies control things like antisocial behaviour and how things operate within the building and how things are managed. So I agree that it's not completely comparable in terms of the description of the use, but it's very comparable in terms of the issues that were raised in that appeal.
Thank you. Any other questions from the members? Can I just clarify what Councillor Levitt was talking about? Because Councillor Levitt is chair of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee, which is calling into account in the July meeting the background to the Lord Lister application. And I just want to actually tell you what that will include, so you're clear in your mind what is for that meeting, what is for this meeting. So for overview and scrutiny, the points that will be looked at are the timeline of the process, award of contract, award of grants, alternatives explored, performance of the contract, and the lessons learnt. And they will be asked of Anthony Roach, who's the Chief Executive, Martin Lawrence, who is the report author, and Councillor Elizabeth Dens-Harburg, who's the leader of the council. Through the proceedings, if the speakers aren't clear about this, just ask me and give me an example, and I'll tell you if you're in the right lines or not. That's hopefully clearer rather than muddier than it was before. Can I now call on our first public speaker, Objector Scott Moyer, who's got 10 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Scott Moyer, and I live in a property adjoining the Lord Lister Hotel. I'm here tonight representing my family, my neighbours, and members of my local community. I hope that prior to this meeting, you've had the opportunity to read and consider the comments that have been submitted on these planning applications. As I'm sure you're all aware, the applicant has been operating at the Lord Lister since December 2021, giving local residents a good insight into how this facility works in this particular building and location. Vitally, before I go any further, I need to highlight some indisputable errors contained in the reports pack related to these planning proposals. The residents' accommodation are not self-contained units. These units are simply hotel bedrooms with a bathroom. The 21 plus residents have further access to both a communal laundry room and a kitchen. There is no manager's or staff apartment located above the 4 car parking spaces. This apartment was never built and the planning application has since expired. Vehicular access will not remain the same, as the coach entrance will now be barred by a gate. The number of car parking spaces also will be reduced due to the change of the bin location. And finally, the proposal is to provide accommodation with support, not 24-hour staff coverage, employing 2 overnight security staff, which Key Stage referred to as concierge staff, does not constitute support for these vulnerable adults with complex needs. Furthermore, the overnight staff are often not able to deal with issues as they arise by either not responding to incidents or having to call for police backup. Planning has recommended that this application be granted on the condition that it is carried out wholly in accordance with the applicant's proposal and plans provided. You can already see from the significant discrepancies that I have outlined that this is not possible. For those of you who are not familiar with the area, the Lord Lister Hotel is a 200-year-old listed building of historical significance, which is adjoined on both sides, with the award-winning Half Moon Public House on one side and Wellington House residential dwelling on the other. These 3 properties form all that is left of a much larger complex of historic buildings in what is recognised as an important gateway into Hitchin Town Centre. Prior to being sold last year, the hotel was primarily used by business people during the week and visitors and tourists at the weekend. Hotel patrons typically stayed for short periods, spending minimal time in the hotel during the day. In comparison, residents can stay from anywhere between 28 days up to 12 months, spending considerably more time in the building. This planning application seeks to meet the criteria set out in the Secured by Design initiative, one of which requires the installation of a gate in the coach entrance. However, highway and traffic issues on this busy roundabout would be negatively impacted with the installation of a gate. Vehicles wishing to enter the premises will now be forced to park across the pavement, obstructing pedestrians while waiting on the gate to be opened. Secured by Design and pedestrian and vehicle safety are in direct conflict with one another at this location. You can have a gate to secure the premises, but in doing so will increase the likelihood of an accident taking place on what is already a problematic and busy roundabout. Further consideration must all be given to must also be given to the significant number of occasions where police and emergency vehicles have been called out to the Lord Lister Hotel to deal with incidents. Owing to the hotel being situated on the main thoroughfare directly in front of a roundabout, emergency vehicles are forced to park on the pavement or in front of the public house entrance. This not only causes health and safety issues when patrons are unable to exit the public house, it also obstructs the pavement, yet again exposing pedestrians to further risk of injury. These factors, combined with the reduction in parking spaces due to the relocation of bins, the installation of the gate and the requirement for emergency vehicle attendance, makes the intensity of use of this property materially different to the previous use as a hotel and has an adverse effect on the living conditions of neighbouring residents. This proposal is not sympathetic to the existing local character and history of the Park Street Triangle and conflicts with the local plan policy 26 and 57, guidelines 1 and 2. It also fails to meet the guidelines outlined in the emerging local plan policy SP1, SP9 and D1 Part A, and is not in accordance with the NPPF Section 12, paragraphs 112C and 130. My home is adjoined to the Lord Lister Hotel, and my wife, teenage daughters and I have been frequently subjected to late night noise disturbance since the change of use. A sample of the events have included playing loud music, residents shouting and swearing, and hearing a resident have some form of breakdown, pleading for help with no one coming to their aid. These disturbances originate from the rooms in the main building and annex, but primarily from the coach entrance area between the main building and annex, where residents tend to congregate due to the lack of amenity space. Impact from spillover noise and activity were never an issue when the Lord Lister was operating as a fully functioning hotel, due to the fact that the hotel management is reliant upon guests having a comfortable stay to sustain the reputation and viability of their business. Crucially, the noise disturbance complaints became so significant it prompted the leader of the council, Elizabeth Dennis Harburg, to tell Key Stage not to house people with additional support needs in the part of the building next to Wellington House, as the office is too far away to hear when negative behaviours happen. Given the turnover of residents, noise and activity impact will be a difficult situation to resolve, with mitigation proposals likely to be short-term at best. With such a high concentration of individuals who have complex needs being housed in a building where 9 of the rooms are less than 12 square metres, there is a clear need for amenity space. However, the opposite is true. All the 21 plus residents have at their disposal is a communal kitchen with a single cooker that has a working floor space of just over 4 square metres and a laundry area. Notably, there are no dedicated dining areas or communal spaces in which to relax. As stated earlier, there is no manager's apartment, so the kitchen is also shared with staff members, further compounding the lack of amenity space. This proposal conflicts with the principles in the Emerging Local Plan, Policy D3, and the provisions set out in the NPPF, Section 8, Paragraph 92, and also Section 12, Paragraphs 126, 130 apply. The well-renowned Half Moon Public House, located next to the Lord Lister Hotel, has never before suffered from antisocial behaviour. In fact, in the 5 years since Fred and Emily took over the pub, they have only had to contact the police on a couple of occasions. However, since the change of use, there has been a negative impact on the viability of this existing business in the form of noise and disturbance, littering, loitering, and aggressive requests for cigarettes and money. All of these factors have led to customers staying away from the premises. Since Key Stage began their operation in mid-December, the pub landlords have had to contact the police on more than 30 occasions. That equates to 5 calls every month over the last 6 months. One such incident occurred on the evening of Saturday, the 30th of April, when 2 police cars were called out to deal with an incident at the Lord Lister Hotel. One of the police vehicles parked in front of the Half Moon, and in doing so, blocked the entrance to the pub, deterring customers from entering and damaging the pub's reputation. The Half Moon and the Lord Lister had previously coexisted in harmony, but it is questionable if the proposed change of use of the Lord Lister Hotel can ever be integrated effectively with this existing public house. Having just come out of a pandemic and considering the current state of the economy, this makes for very trying times for businesses. The council should be seeking to protect and prevent the loss of such a worthy public house, especially considering an application has been lodged for the Half Moon to be an asset of community value. This proposal is contrary to the provisions of policies 26 and 57 of the Statutory Development Plan, policies SP1, SP9, D1, and more specifically D3 of the Emerging Local Plan, and paragraphs 93C and 185 through 187 of the NPPF. Finally, I would like to refer to the appeal decision cited in the Planning Officer's report as Appendix 1, in which he identifies clear parallels with this planning proposal. Having read the appeal, it is in fact clear that there are very few parallels when comparing the Lord Lister Hotel and the hotel in Portsmouth, especially when looking at the important planning aspects of the existing character of the area, the location and the building. The officer fails to highlight the hotel in Portsmouth as applying to be an HMO, not accommodation with support for people with complex needs, is already adjacent to an existing HMO, is located in an area with other established HMOs nearby, is situated on a quiet side street, is not a 200-year-old listed building, and is not adjoined on both sides. This is in stark contrast to the Lord Lister Hotel, as outlined in my argument. Unlike the conclusion drawn by the Planning Inspectorate, through first-hand experience, we can conclude this proposal will and has adversely affected living conditions of neighbouring properties and impacted the viability of a well-established business within the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any points of clarification from members? Can I just say that you're correct about the flats over the garage? We amended that today. They don't exist. Any questions of clarification? No, thank you very much. Member advocates? Do you have 10 minutes starting now?
Thank you very much. I'm here this evening to speak as the ward member advocate on behalf of the around 200 respondents who have registered online objections, as well as the many who have contacted councillors by email or at the councillor's surgery. To all of them, I've stressed the requirement that objections may only be considered that are pertinent to planning law. Certain objections made by expert consultants are worth highlighting. Firstly, although the hotel had ceased trading during the pandemic, no justification is provided within the application submission to support its loss. Paragraph 93C of MPPF advises decision makers to, quote, guard against the unnecessary loss of valued facilities and services, unquote. Without such independent assessment, the loss of this use would undermine the council's wider strategy, re the vitality and viability of the town and its emerging tourism strategy. Secondly, planning permission should not be granted unless the council are satisfied that it can be demonstrated that the proposed use would be able to successfully coexist with existing businesses and neighbours. There is a fundamental question mark as to whether this is the correct location for this facility. Paragraph 187 of MPPF states that, quote, planning policies and decisions should ensure that development can be integrated effectively with existing businesses and community facilities, such as places of worship, pubs, music venues, and sports clubs. Existing businesses and facilities should not have unreasonable restrictions placed on them as a result of development permitted after they were established. Thirdly, I refer members to the objections from Tetra Tech Planning, which highlight policy D3 of the imminent local plan, which states that planning permission will be granted for development proposals which do not cause unacceptable harm to living conditions. The policy confirms that where the living conditions of an existing development would be affected by a proposed use, the council will consider whether there are mitigation measures that can be taken to mitigate the harm to an acceptable level. If the council is not satisfied, then the proposal will not be permitted. No mitigation measures have been clearly set out in the application, so the applicant has failed to demonstrate that the amenity of existing occupiers and patrons can be protected from the problems that are already in evidence and well documented at this site. Consequently, as mentioned by Scott, the proposal fails with regards to policies 26 and 57 of the development plan, policies SP1, SP9, D1, and particularly D3 of the imminent local plan, and paragraphs 185, 187 of the MPPF. Fourthly, the Kingsley Smith solicitors submission asserts that NPP F130 states decisions should ensure development create places that are safe, inclusive and accessible, and which promote health and well-being with a high standard of amenity for existing and future users, and where crime and disorder and the fear of crime do not undermine the quality of life or community cohesion and resilience. They conclude that as the proposal is not in accordance with the development plan and there are no material considerations justifying departure, and it also fails the public benefit test, planning permission must be refused. The appeal decision from Southsea in 2017 is appended as an example or warning of precedent. The example is spurious in that the premises in that situation had a certificate of lawful development granted in 2009 for its use as a hostel. So whilst of interest, is not comparable and should not deter members from reaching the right decision. In paragraphs 4.3.7 to 4.3.9, the report quotes paragraph 92 of the MPPF, redecisions aiming to achieve, quote, safe and inclusive places, unquote, but concludes that as the application is for the change of use of an existing building, it does not include the wider environment. And so on that basis, the policy guidance is not, quote, wholly applicable, unquote. I would suggest that it is substantially applicable and not just concerned only with the design and physical alterations to the building itself. With planning decisions based on evidence and not preconceived ideas, it should be emphasised that the wealth of objections are not speculative. They are born of experience over the last 7 months and are confirmed by the operator's recent reduction in resident numbers at Lord Lister. The impact on existing residents, with over 300 living within 300 metres, is evidenced in the long list of objections posted on the website. And I, like the officer, would draw your attention to the summary of public comments under 3.4 of the report, which indicates the strength of feeling and the breadth of issues and experience. The requirement for the local authority to address homelessness should not be a reason to grant an application that is fundamentally in the wrong location. The right to privacy and peaceful enjoyment of home and property as protected under common and statute law is reason enough alone to refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I am not a ward member for Highbury. However, I, along with Councillor Hoskins, called this application into this committee tonight. So I'm speaking for that reason. And as a councillor who has listened to the objectors who came to the Hitchin Councillor's surgery and voiced their concerns about this change of use. As a former chairman of the board of North Hertfordshire Homes Now Settle, I do understand the complex needs of homeless tenants and the statutory duty the council has for providing accommodation. In the officer report, Mr. Ellis states in 433 that the new use would be broadly similar to a fully occupied hotel use on this site, which is already authorised in planning terms. And he states that he is satisfied that the overall intensity of use here is broadly the same as already authorised. I am afraid that I would disagree. Guests come and go to a hotel, but in a homeless hostel, some of the residents may have complex needs and different lifestyles. Hotel guests are normally tucked up in bed well before midnight, while in hostels, the lifestyle can be very different and create noise day and night that will impact neighbours. In addition to the parts of the NPPF and local plan policy D3 that Councillor Hoskins has highlighted, I would also like to draw your attention to section 8, promoting healthy and safe communities. Paragraph 92 states, planning policies and decisions should aim to achieve healthy, inclusive and safe places. And in B, are safe and accessible so that crime and fear of crime and disorder do not undermine the quality of life or community cohesion. Also, section 12, achieving well-designed places, paragraph 130. Planning policies and decisions should ensure that developments will function well and add to the overall quality of the area, not just for the short term, but over the lifetime of the development. At the recent planning training attended by councillors, the trainer said about refusal, what is the harm I am protecting? And then look at mitigation. But if there is none, then an application should be refused. There have been many objections to this change of use, and tonight, councillors, you must decide if this proposed hostel that is sandwiched between residential homes and the Half Moon pub is the right location for a homeless shelter. In the report, condition 4 attempts to set out condition for a scheme of sound insulation and noise control measures. But this will not mitigate the issues that neighbours are now experiencing from the noises from banging doors and shouting it from open windows that wake them in the early hours of the morning. As Councillor Hoskins has already said, if the council is not satisfied with the conditions to mitigate the harm then the change of use should be refused. The community adjacent to the Lord Lister building were not consulted before it opened as a hostel, and when it did, they have reported the impact of that change of use has had on their lives, as you have heard tonight. Paragraph 132 in the NPPF states that applicants should work closely with those affected by their proposals to evolve designs that take into account the views of the community. No consultation was done with the community before the hostel began operating. The objections contain reports of the impact this change of use has had on the surrounding area. Additionally, no consideration has been given to the loss of the amenity of a hotel and the impact on the town centre strategy and tourism. I would therefore ask that you refuse the change of use proposal on the grounds that the proposed change of use will be contrary to policy D3 of the emerging local plan and fails against paragraphs 92B, 130, 13F and 187 of the NPPF, in that the proposed hostel use, the proposed hostel use, due to its close proximity to the adjoining business and residential properties, will have an adverse impact on the residential amenity of the local area, and therefore the proposal will undermine the quality of the life for local residents and is therefore incompatible with the surrounding residential and business users. And that the application fails against paragraph 132 of the NPPF, in that if insufficient consultation has been done to take into the views of the community and impact that the loss of hotel has on the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Point of clarification from members. Councillor Tony Hunter.
Thank you, Chairman. I had my light on some time ago because I thought it was only right and proper that the officer had an opportunity to come back on some of the things that were said, like there's no 24-hour management, they're not in the building, the place isn't manned, the car parking spaces, and now we've had numerous referrals to the MPPF, and I thought it was only right and proper he had an opportunity.
I was going to take those at the end, but do you want to take them now? No, we'll take them at the end, but thank you. Thank you very much. Any other point of clarification from the members? Okay. Now hear from the supporters. Renu Prinjar and James O'Grady, please.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Renu Prinjar. I'm the agent for Key Stage Housing. I don't wish to reiterate what's written in the report. A number of discussion points have been made by members, which the officer will be addressing. And also just to point out, we weren't told that we had 10 minutes to talk. We were told 5 minutes. So just so you're aware, this is the first we'd heard about it when we came.
I apologise.
Okay, that's fine. From a planning point of view, there's the discussion with regards to the loss of the hotel. There is no adopted policy in place which requires a viability assessment to be submitted with regards to the loss of a hotel. Just so, and that's a point that's been made by the officer's report as well. One of the reasons the hotel use was chosen was due to the limited number of actual physical changes required inside to make the building operational for supported accommodation, as the bed space is already in place. It's widely known and accepted that local authorities often use hotels to provide emergency accommodation. So even as a hotel use, rooms could be paid for and used by the local authority to house the exact same people as the proposed development is seeking to do, with no need to provide any type of support without a material change of use occurring. This is the fallback position with regards to planning, which is a material consideration, which should be considered as part of any deliberations. The location of the use in a town centre in an existing building is a form of sustainable development with regards to access to shops, services and public transport, which is crucial as residents will not have access to a private car. The council's environmental health officer has raised no objections, but requested 2 conditions to be placed on any consent, which need to be submitted within 3 months of a decision being issued.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, my name is James O'Grady, founder of Key Stage Housing. Firstly, I'd like to commend and thank the planning officers for the time they took in understanding the need for the service and the application, and indeed all of those that have taken the time to comment on the portal. It has provided helpful insight for us to address and act on. Now, I could give you a mountain of statistics and numbers, but this application is truly about people. And at Key Stage, we have helped over 1,400 people leave homelessness in the past few years. And we are vested in making sure that what we do for every single person counts. The average age of death for a homeless man is 46, and the average age of death for a homeless woman is 42. That's nearly half today's life expectancy. Behind the term homelessness is a world where individuals experience multiple disadvantage, and people facing multiple disadvantage experience a combination of problems, including homelessness, substance misuse, history with the criminal justice system, and mental ill health. They fall through the gaps between services and systems, making it harder for them to address their problems and lead fulfilling lives. With almost 200 people being placed in emergency accommodation in this area through the pandemic, there is a great need for homelessness accommodation to change what is a serious problem that both the local authority and the government recognises. Without positive action with support, there is the highest risk that more people will die unnecessarily or live a shorter life due to adverse health conditions. These individuals also live with a great risk of serious harm from being taken advantage of by those who seek to prey on them, remain with severe dependency issues without the knowledge or ability to access needed help, and miss the opportunity of real support that can be available to help restore their life or simply give a fresh start to. We can't change someone's history, but we can give an opportunity for their future by giving them space, time, and support. I ask you to support this application and allow us to be upstanding for those unable to stand up for themselves and offer hope where there is clearly despair. We do recognise the many fears, concerns, and the perceived antisocial behaviour as expressed by our community through over 220 objections raised via the portal. We have listened, we have learned, and we have understood these as recognised in the mutually beneficial Secure by Design features detailed in this application, and are seeking to work with the community through the lines of communication that we have in place. We wish that the information being provided with our preparedness for our teams, service users, and our communities will assure you of our commitment to provide an opportunity for change for those in need, while working in partnership with our community, the local authority, and government to act and remedy all issues that we have the power to, while facilitating people to be able to become independent and self-sufficient and allow them the opportunity to become members of a community like those very members who are seeking to stop this facility being in place. Finally, I believe that the Lord Lister and its environment in such beautiful surroundings does provide and influence well-being for a fresh start in life, and those that have been conditioned to feel unworthy may benefit from its existence. Thank you for your kind attention and consideration.
Thank you very much. Members? Councillor Derbyshire.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. You state that you wish to give support to the residents of the new Lord Lister, the application in front of us tonight. We've heard from the residents that they don't believe that there is support 24/7. Can you confirm to the committee that there is 24/7 support for those residents?
Yes, there is. There is.
Councillor Amy Allen.
I would just like some clarification regarding the comment about it being about how, as a council, we were supposed to provide, we're providing temporary housing, and it's no different anyway. Then, sorry, it's not the same because this is only for emergency accommodation. It's not a hotel with a couple of rooms being given to people's emergency accommodation. It's only as this sort of type of accommodation. And we wouldn't be having to apply for a change of use if it was still just a hotel providing some emergency accommodation. So it is different. yeah, I just want to know for clarification, is that is it being considered, is this supposed to be just basic temporary housing or full-blown supportive accommodation?
Could you answer that, please?
It is a supported accommodation.
Councillor Nigel Mason.
Thank you. I wanted to, I guess, take up Councillor Derbyshire's question in terms of the 24-hour staffing levels and what could you, so I find it really weird having someone behind me I'm addressing a question to. It feels very rude. I guess my question is, could you give us a little bit more detail to what 24-hour staffing exists? So for instance, if someone was playing very loud music at whatever time, early o'clock, what staffing is there to deal with that, and what do they do? If that, yeah.
So there is 24-hour support. They're staffed for the service, and it is their job to manage that building in a safe environment. So to go into detail, I'm not sure if that's if this is the venue for that. We work with the local authority to arrange what will be the staffing measures put in place for that supported accommodation.
Is that fine? And Councillor Tom Tyson.
Yes, well, I was also just about to ask the question about the staffing and what you actually meant by support staff, whether these are qualified care workers, or I think your the report describes them as concierge staff, which I would sense as something rather different. So that was one question. Another one, very simply, on the plan of the ground floor, the area which is called, I think, the large meeting room, is that a communal area designed for the use of residents without any sort of supervision? I mean, can they come and go freely and use that area as a recreational area? And finally, you mentioned that you'd listened and learned in terms of responses from the community, and Councillor Hoskins was also talking about mitigating measures. Is it possible for you to describe some of the measures that have been put in place to mitigate the effects on the local residents who seem to have been suffering from some distress as a result of the behaviour around this site?
Have you got all those three, or would you like them separately?
I'll do my best and prompt me if I'm not doing everything you require. So to the measures first that I'll put in under the SKU by design, they are mutually beneficial in terms of any secondary glazing will stop noise going externally, but they are under the requirement for the noise testing to adhere to the quality of life for people on the inside. And so it's to protect against noise coming from the street, because we're in a secondary high street position. The same by the measures of the hired fencing to the rear at the car park neighbouring the public house. That again is to protect from any sort of disturbance that can go into that property and would mitigate maybe some of the incident that has been experienced already. So what was the first question? Sorry.
The first question was about the qualifications of the staff. And the second question was about the communal area or not, which is called the large meeting room.
Sure. So the meeting room, as labelled on the plan, is a multi-purpose room that we can use for breakout space that residents can use. It's set up in that way. So our approach is not to be a very formal meeting space, but it can be held for professional or for residents to enjoy. Then in terms of what was the other question? Sorry. Qualifications. So again, with full agreement with the local authority in terms of the type of staffing and support that goes in there, our team go through over 40 modules of training for their delivery of the service in there.
Thank you. Any other questions for qualification? I'm going to take Councillor Hunter first because he's not spoken yet.
Thank you, Chairman. No, I'm sitting here and listening, and basically, I'm getting the feeling that you as a company have put together some sort of action plan to mitigate the problems that have occurred to date. Is that correct? And also, are you working with both the local authority and the local police in how you address some of the incidents that have happened over the last period of time?
Could you answer that, please?
Thank you. Yes, there is a, with the type of service that this is, it will require a constant adaptation to what will be the service needs. So the types of people that will be coming in and the working relationships that we will have with them. We also absolutely rely on partnerships with all the duty holders that do, you know, from police to adult social care to mental health teams, so that we can further those lives individually. And it is a very case-by-case basis. So there's a great deal of work that goes in to work with all the authorities and agencies to bring on the best support that we can provide for an individual. And that can, you know, be wide-ranging, and it does require a lot of articulation and work to go into that. So absolutely, we would always be mitigating in terms of what the needs of the service are, and we'll always be constantly in engagement with the local authority and all of those agencies that have the duties, so that we can be working effectively for the people we're working with.
Thank you. Councillor Nigel Mason.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure who this question is aimed at. One of the officers, I suspect. Okay. It was in direct relation to the answer that Mr. O'Grady gave.
Ask the question.
Ask the question, yeah. Thank you. I'm finding my way, Chair. I think 3 members have now raised issues around, or raised questions around, the 24-hour staffing cover. Something that the witness said made me think, how much is that relevant to a planning decision? So how much can we take cognizance of concerns around staffing issues when we make this planning decision tonight? That's my question. I don't mind when it's answered, but I rather would like an answer.
Sorry, Chair. I would say that the planning application is for assisted living. So there is, in the description of development, it's implicit that the people that are going to be living there will need assistance. So I would suggest that the 24-hour need for assistance is a relevant consideration, insofar as you're seeking to make sure that if you were to grant planning permission, you want to make sure that what you're granting permission for is what it says on the tin. So I think it's relevant, the issue of 24-hour supervision, because it says it's for assisted living. But I think they have actually answered that particular point on numerous occasions.
Thank you. That's okay. Thank you very much. Any more point clarification from the members? Can I then go over to Simon Ellis to ask him to respond to any points raised?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I will attempt to do so. I think my first point that I'm going to make is, and I accept Councillor Hoskins' point about precedents. I'm not suggesting that appeal decision is a precedent. The point that I'm trying to make is I'm drawing out a very particular point that the inspectors made that supports my professional view on the materiality of safety and community safety in relation to the changes of use. My view is very clear in the report. It's relevant to the built environment, and the change of use planning application. The planning committee are looking at a change of use from hotel to assisted living. They're not looking at necessarily which particular people are going to be living in that accommodation, because the use class system doesn't work like that. You're effectively granting permission that would run with the land, and it's assisted living. So my point to Councillor Mason was that because it's assisted living, I think it's relevant to consider issues such as 24-hour surveillance. But the point I want to make on that particular quote that I put in paragraph 4.3.11 is the inspector's analysis of the change of use. He says, I have also noted evidence before me of incidents of antisocial behaviour and disturbance at the appeal site, and the concerns of neighbours that the appeal site has been a source of noise, disturbance and antisocial behaviour in the past, and as has resulted in fear of crime in the locality. And then he goes on to say, such matters are not controlled under the planning regime, and that's my point. They are controlled by other legislation, and I am making a decision on the planning merits of the scheme alone. So my view is, the quotes that I'm hearing about the NPPF, safe communities, is much more applicable to the built environment. And then you've got the secure by design issue that I've mentioned. Now they've put in measures to deal with secure by design. So in terms of the built environment, this scheme achieves that end. And my view is that it's not applicable to changes of use in this particular instance. In terms of the loss of the hotel, the NPPF does talk about the loss of community facilities, and then we do have a policy in the emerging local plan. Community facilities include town, village halls, community centres, sports halls, theatres, museums, libraries, places of worship, doctors and dental surgeries, development proposals which affect local shops and pubs. So what the local plan policy is seeking to do, policy HC1, healthy communities, is not see the loss of important community facilities, and it's particularly relevant where those facilities are dwindling in number in villages and things like that. There's plenty of hotels in Hitchin. I don't think it's material to consider the loss of the hotel, and I certainly don't think it's relevant to have the viability appraisal. That's my opinion. You may not like it. That's my humble opinion. The other point I'm going to make is you look at living conditions. You're talking about living conditions. Now, my job is to advise the planning authority on the decision that it's going to make. If it's going to make decisions, I've got to advise whether or not you've got evidence to support any of your decisions. Living conditions, noise, there's no objection here from the environmental health officers. They're recommending conditions. I accept those conditions are strangely worded in the 3 months issue, and I accept Councillor Mason's point about the enforceability of those conditions. Nonetheless, if you were to refuse planning permission on noise grounds and that issue, you don't have the support of any environmental health officers. If you were to refuse planning permission on antisocial behaviour, you don't have the support of the police, and that's clearly set out in the report as well. So again, my role is to advise you as the planning officer, to advise the planning committee. If you're going to go down the route of your refusal of planning permission, you're going to need evidence, you need support from consultees as to why you've come to that particular conclusion. The one point that I'm not able to fully answer is the point made by one of the speakers about the barrier. Now, I accept that there's a highway issue there, and I do accept that we've not consulted the Highway Authority. So I'm going to be blatant here and suggest that if that's a particular concern, I note the barrier is quite a way away from the access, but I note it's a new feature that would stop the free flow of traffic into and out of the facility. So if you were minded to look at the highway issues, I would suggest you defer the decision and we seek advice from the Highway Authority on that particular point, because that's a point that was raised by the speaker earlier. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Shall we now go to debate? Who would like to start us off?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, it's a very difficult one, but that to me about the highways is something that I think is all important. And also, maybe I've missed it. I've read from cover to cover and supplementary documents and folders and everything else. But I've not actually seen that we are not supported by the police on antisocial behaviour written down anywhere. I noticed the architectural design police officer had a look at the design of the building, but I've seen no evidence except from the objectors that there has been any antisocial behaviour. So I wonder if Mr. Ellis could answer that question, because actually where I'm sitting at the moment, I'll quite happily move to defer, because I think before we make a decision, the highways issues should be sorted out.
Sorry, Chair, I completely understand Councillor Hunter's point, because the architectural design officer is looking at the design of the building and it's secure by design. But when pressed on earlier applications, there's been another one before, he represents the police in all embracing. So what I'm trying to say is there's no one else we can get a comment from the police. So when we've pressed before, the police architectural liaison officer says he would represent the police. So my issue that I was raising with members is if you were to refuse planning permission on antisocial behaviour concerns, you wouldn't have the support of the police in any appeal, because the police architectural liaison officer represents them through the planning system. Does that make sense?
Councillor Morgan Derbyshire.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Would it not be possible to get some sort of report from the police, though, if there was an increase in antisocial behaviour? Obviously, in the papers before us, we don't know if there was or there wasn't. But with this being a retrospective planning application, there should be a log of the last 6 months of this building operating if there was an increase in antisocial behaviour in the same period this time last year.
Sorry, Chair. I can't force the police to comment. What I could suggest, if you pick up on Councillor Hunter's point and the point that the speaker raised about the barrier, what I could suggest is if you were to defer the decision on the highway issue, I'd seek the views of the Highway Authority on the safety of that barrier and how it relates to car parking and into and out. And I accept that's a point that was not clarified in the report. I could go back to the police and say, can we have something more than what the police architectural liaison officer suggested in terms of retrospective issues that you've raised there? Because the reason I've made that point to Councillor Hunter is because that's what I've been told before, is that the police architectural liaison officer is the only one who's going to comment on a planning application. So I can't force anyone to come and do that, but I'd certainly ask if the matter's deferred, I would take it up on those two matters.
Just hold on to those for 2 minutes and we'll hear other views. Councillor Simon Bloxham.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm finding it very difficult really with this application. I find it very difficult to support in the first instance because of a number of representations that we've had. But there's also quite a compelling argument for it from the report that's before us from Simon Ellis. And I will always stand up for our planning department because I think they do a fantastic job. But I think I look at the roles that we have, and I think the planning department, their role is to look at planning reasons. And we are told through training that our role as councillors is to look through planning requirements as well. But sometimes I think our role is also to look at some of the other elements that go with this. And I think this is not a good application for Hitchin in its location that it's in. We do need to provide assistance for people that are less fortunate, and the funding initially for the emergency accommodation has come from the government that I support. So we know that that's in place, but we're looking at something permanent here. And I think as councillors, I don't know everybody's opinion on here because obviously we're not allowed to discuss this between ourselves, but I think sometimes we've got to look at everything, even if it isn't strictly a planning reason. We've got to pull up our big boy pants and we've actually got to say that we oppose this. And if we're worried about the fact that it might go to appeal and we have some financial remuneration against us, then that's a risk that we need to take, because I think it's quite obvious that what many of us are thinking is that this isn't appropriate within this particular environment.
Can I just stop you there? Because I think you're making some sweeping statements about us and planning big boy pants and so on. That this is about, planning matters, and we can't make assumptions about other people, because actually we're in debate now and we're at the beginning of the debate. So I've got Councillor Morgan Derbyshire. If anybody else wants to go first, you've spoken already. Go
thank you again, Madam Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Ellis, for coming back on those points. If Councillor Hunter is proposing deferment, I'm happy to second that until we have adequate reports back from Highways and to see if the police wish to add any more to their statement.
I think I would like to hear from the members who have not spoken before we go to the vote on referral. Councillor Tyson.
Well, I'd like to say that this is really difficult, but I think that we are here to decide planning matters on planning grounds and not to make judgments about people's behaviour and around this particular site. And a couple of people have said, used the phrase "in this location," and I'm not quite sure how to interpret what's meant by that. If those people have said that, have meant it's the wrong part of Hitchin to do this, or the location specifically, the facilities within that specific building are problematic. So I'm a little bit worried about that use of the phrase "in this location," because there's an implication involved there that if only this was somewhere else, everything would be much better. And that's never going to happen, because somebody is going to be upset by somebody else's behavior at some point. And I do have massive sympathy for people who've been caused a good deal of distress and fear because of what they've witnessed around this building. Is that a planning matter? I'm not convinced that it is, and I think I'd have to agree with the officer's report, where it's pretty bluntly put that it's not the planning department's job to control people's behaviour. And I know there are implications involved, and that if we accept that this is the correct use for the building, we're implying that what happens thereafter is acceptable. But actually, strictly speaking, and that's what our training just recently was telling us to consider, that is, the way that people behave isn't something that the planning authority has got any control over or any right to control, in my opinion. So, but if we can get more forthcoming report from the police and their involvement, and know that if this were appealed, they would support the application or not, then
Deferred.
that might be.
Deferred. Deferred or appeal.
Anyway, the motion is to defer, I think, so
And I know that
I'd support that.
Thank you. I know that Simon Buxton's got his hand up again, but I want to make sure that everybody's been involved. Councillor Ian Moody.
Yeah, I think it's such an important decision that we have the right information in front of us to make that decision. I'm not saying that we shouldn't make the decision tonight, but I think a deferral is the right answer, so we can have the information from highways, and if we can get some more from the police, I think it'd be more of a sound decision for us rather than it's not so much an uneducated decision, that's a wrong word to say, but certainly every bit of information in front of us, then we can make that decision.
Councillor Nigel Mason.
I was just thinking I'm in danger of being more confused than I entered the room, which I think was quite an achievement. I thought I was fairly clear that in this room, on this matter, we have to vote on planning matters and nothing else. If I was allowed to vote on whether I thought something was a good idea, that would be a completely different discussion, at least in my head. But we have to vote on planning matters, which I thought seemed reasonably clear in this matter. However, I am now also thrown by the matter of deferment because of advice on the access, because I'm not that keen on voting for something that could, if that's going to be dangerous, to be blunt. So I suppose I want to hear a little bit more about why we are deferring. I'm not against it if it's for genuine reasons. I would be concerned if we were just dragging out a decision and causing more pain for no good reason, except from just dragging it out. But if there's a genuine safety concern we want addressed by asking the police, then I'm not going to argue with that.
Thank you. Councillor Alistair Willoughby. I'm sorry, I was just going around. Councillor Amy Allen.
So if we're now considering to get more information from police, more information from highways, and information from the police regarding antisocial behaviour and access issues for emergency vehicles, regarding antisocial behaviour within the building itself, speaking as someone who's lived in something like this at some point in their life, what it's like to live in any assisted living like this when there are people around you who are in need of a lot of help while you yourself aren't exactly feeling great, that in itself will have an effect on you, not just on the residents that are living around it. So if there is already a lot that's happening or lots of disturbance happening for the residents living around the building, those that are living within the building, and it's causing the residents around the building to have to ring the police for issues that are happening, surely that was just some sort of managerial issue within, and there's not proper communication between the building, the management, the police, and it's going to be exhausting the antisocial behaviour. So there's more that needs to be considered here. I don't want to have to defer this, but if we need this more information, not just from highways, but from communication with the police as well, then this is important.
And we also might need clarification about which of these issues are actually pertinent to the planning process. Councillor Alistair Willoughby. Yeah, fine. Councillor Simon Bloxham.
Thank you, and apologies again for the flippant remark earlier. I'd just take up really what Councillor Tom Tyson was saying there. I think you're absolutely right. We're told all the time it's planning that we should be deciding on. But I would say then, why are we here? Why do we not just leave it to the planning department to do? I think we've been ably supported by Councillor Hoskins and Councillor Strong with the words that they've said, and I would support what they've said as a reason for actually looking at not allowing this application. Thank you.
Last one, I think. Councillor Tony Hunter.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, we're coming to a conclusion, I trust, because I have already proposed a deferment for the highways issue with the barrier, and also hopefully maybe get a report from the police if they deem to. But I quite understand what Mr. Ellis is saying. But we are here, as far as planning is concerned, to promote, as per the PPF, healthy and safe communities. Now, if there's a problem, there's got to be a form of mitigation that actually addresses it. Now, currently at the moment, I'm only hearing harm, and also that there's problems around the area, not necessarily in the building, but I haven't got any proof of that. And if it comes to the point that we have to do it purely on planning and the police won't make any comment whatsoever, we'll have to do that because we have to adhere to planning. But at the moment, I'm offering a deferment under the highways and hopefully some sort of action from the police or statement from the police.
Can I just check with Simon Ellis if we manage to do that, what his thoughts would be? Would it work?
Yeah, Chair. What I'm in my response to the speakers, the point I was least confident in was the barrier, and that's an issue. And I think it's important, whatever decision you make, that there's public confidence in that decision. And I wasn't confident in giving you an answer on that. So I would like to defer the matter so that I can seek clarification and give you the correct advice on the barrier issue, because that's not something I've raised in the report. I haven't even consulted the Highway Authority. And I think it might be important to do that because that barrier is at a particular point. I would, and I don't want to take a laissez-faire approach, which is leave it to me. If there's any objections, I'll bring it back. If not, I don't want to do that. As you need public confidence. As a corollary to that, I will then re-ask the question, because it's going to be deferred. I would recommend deferral anyway on that point. I will re-ask the question on the police, but it isn't going to change my advice on the materiality of the MPPF and changes of use, because that and the police aren't going to comment on that. They're not going to give you the confidence to say, if you refuse planning permission, we're here for you on appeal. That's not going to happen. So I'm not quite sure what you're going to get from the police, and it isn't going to change the fundamental principle about the material change of use, which I don't think you can refuse planning permission on antisocial behaviour for this material change of use, because that inspector, to me, clearly sets out that that's governed by other legislation and other agencies. But I will, as a corollary, go back to the police and say, can you support the police architectural liaison officer, because he's only talking about the design and the security of it. Can you give us a wider comment on your views on the external factors? And I think that's worth doing.
So can I suggest, Councillor Alistair Willoughby.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just wanted to inquire as to whether, if we defer this item, are we also suggesting that we defer item 8? Right. Thank you.
Maybe suggest, Chair, that the barrier would require listed building consent, so it might actually be pertinent to cut to the chase and defer both items.
So what I think we're doing, Councillor Hunter, is we are concentrating on the fact that we haven't heard from the highways about the barrier. and we're going to defer on that. Yes, and concentrate on that with the proviso that we'll also try and get more information from the police, and we will then defer the other item as well, because they go so close together and it's about the barrier. Does that make sense? Would you like now, let's go back to your circle again. We'll start again.
You're talking to me, Chairman.
Yes.
And not to Councillor Derbyshire that you're looking at. Hello.
Very vocals.
Oh, right, okay. Yes, quite happy to propose a deferment on those grounds, and also our planning officer attempting to get some sort of response from the police.
Councillor Derbyshire.
Again, I second Councillor Hunter's recommendation.
Thank you.
On the same grounds.
So shall we go to the vote on that? So James, can we be clear on what we're voting on, and where we're voting yes and where we're voting no?
Yeah, so just to clarify, you're voting yes to defer the item and no to not defer the item. So it wouldn't then be deferred to a later meeting. You would then come back and either vote to approve or... This is just item 7. We'll move on to item 8 afterwards.
Right, vote now, please.
Chair, that motion is carried.
Your lights.
Did it not come on, or did you not press it in time?
Do you want to do it again?
I'll do it again if you want, yeah?
Yeah.
Run it again.
Can we take the vote again? Oh, you're in there. You're in there. Now, can we do the same for the next item? Oh dear.
Chair, we can just take... I think it's been done. Chair, that motion's carried. Is that, just to clarify, that's for item 7 still, is it?
Yes.
Yes, item 7 is carried to defer that.
Okay. Now can we do the same for item 8?
Yes.
Councillor Derbyshire? Right. Councillor Hunter?
Again, as suggested by a planning officer, to defer till we get an answer from listed building consent reference to barrier.
Thank you. Councillor Derbyshire?
Second that and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. The vote? Yes. Right, can we have a vote, please?
Chair, that motion's carried.
I think. I did say that the break would be after the Lord Lister items, but we've actually, it's been shorter than we think. Shall we continue or shall we have a break? 10 to 9, just a break. Right. Decision made. We're going to have a break now for 10 minutes. Okay, we're going. Thank you. Welcome back. We're now going to go to item 6, which is land at the rear of 33 and 35 Coombelands, Melbourne Road, Royston. And first of all, we have Vicky Wood to present.
Good evening, Chair. Good evening, everyone. My name is Vicky. I'm the planning officer presenting this case, which is for a 15-metre monopole tower to support antenna, associated radio equipment and housing on land to the rear of 33 and 35 Coombelands in Royston. In terms of updates this evening, I have 8 additional objections received since the time of writing the draft report. That makes it 11 objections in total. Out of these additional objections, no new concerns have been raised. Documents were circulated earlier today from the agent in response to the objections raised up until the 15th of June. And unfortunately, Councillor Hinchcliffe, who called the application into committee, can't be with us tonight, but he has forwarded a statement, which I would like to read out on his behalf. Which is, thank you, Chair. I am grateful that time has been made by committee to consider the issue of short notice on top of your already very full agenda. I apologise that I am unable to attend to make my representation in person due to testing positive for COVID, and I have tried to set out my case. To you as concisely as possible. I would also like to put on record my thanks to the planning officers who have brought this application to my attention, provided valuable advice, and have had to produce a report in very short order. Committee members will have seen the objections to the planning application in question, both from a number of local residents and by Royston Town Council. Given the significant concerns raised, I felt it was important, especially as a newly elected councillor, to ask the committee to give this application full democratic scrutiny. The responses to the planning application clearly show that there is strong feeling from Royston residents in opposition to the proposed mast, and I believe that it is my duty to ensure that these voices are heard by the committee. I do not intend to challenge officers' interpretation of the relevant planning policies, although I would note that having spent a considerable amount of time in the vicinity of where the proposed tower would be sited over recent months, in my experience, the area already has good signal and mobile data coverage. So it is not clear to me how the introduction of this new infrastructure will meaningfully contribute to economic growth and social well-being in my ward, which is the basis for supporting such applications set out in paragraph 114 of the NPPF cited in the officer's report. However, it is precisely on the key issues of the siting and appearance of the proposed development where I must gently disagree with the conclusions of the officer's report. The site chosen by the applicant is currently very much residential in nature, and the essential reason why I have called this application in is that it would fundamentally transform the surrounding streetscape and introduce a new and incongruous industrial element to the area. The proposed mast would not only be significantly taller than the existing street furniture, but also the roof slope of the residential Coombelands area. As such, it would not only be out of keeping with the locality, but due to its height and proximity to residential properties, it will also be clearly visible from a number of homes. The occupiers of these properties will have their visual amenity unfairly disrupted by the incongruous appearance of the mast, and the disturbance of the characteristic skyline of the area will harm residents' quiet enjoyment of the neighbourhood. Furthermore, I would like to draw to the committee's attention to the fact that the proposed mast would be sited in an already narrow green verge that separates residents using the pavement from Melbourne Road. In this respect, the proposed application would have a considerable impact on the visual character of a footpath accessed by residents from throughout an entire adjacent residential development. The proposed positioning of the mast directly adjacent to a public highway means that it would become a prominent feature within the surrounding area and have a disfiguring impact on the character of the wider public realm in this residential area of Royston. The intrusion from the proposed mast into the visual character of the streetscape currently characterised by greenery from low hedgerows and interspersed trees, will be significant and unavoidable. Consequently, this proposed development would transform a traditional suburban English street view with infrastructure that is far more appropriate to an industrial setting, which I would also note could not be found not too far away from, just to the west of my ward. To include, I support the comments of local residents and Royston Town Council that the siting and appearance of this proposal would be harmful to the character and appearance of the area, and as such would be detrimental to the visual amenity both of those occupying properties within sight of the mast and those using the footpath it would be sited alongside. Therefore, it is my opinion that the siting and appearance of the application would cause a significant degree of harm that is disproportionate to the potential benefits it would bring to the local area. I hope the committee will consider the impacts I have outlined and balance these against the guidance within the MPPF cited within the officer's report. So moving on to the application, could I have slide 1, please? So the sort of, I think it's outlined in green, little dot sort of alongside the Melbourne Road is the proposed site plan. As you'll see, sorry, can I move on to the next slide? So as you will see from this slide here, the application site is contained within the grass verge alongside Melbourne Road, is between the road and the footpath. The green is existing vegetation. Residential properties exist to the west and to some distance opposite to the east. This slide shows from the site from the opposite side of Melbourne Road. And the next slide, please. This is the view up towards Royston Town Centre from the application site. And the next slide, please. This is the view down towards the A10 and the A505 from the application site. And the next slide, please. This is the elevations, which shows the 15-metre mast and the equipment cabinets. It's a slimline metal pole, and this is designed to limit visual impact. It will be the purpose of the mast is to provide increased and improved coverage and quality for residents and businesses in the area. That's my presentation complete.
Thank you, Vicky. Any questions of clarification from members? Councillor Tyson?
Vicky, I've got a question about the slide that shows the elevation and also the site plan. I don't know if we can answer this, but if you look quite closely at that slide, it labels the pole as a 20-metre pole. Do we know why it's called a 20-metre pole and not a 15-metre pole? Is there something underground or what's going on there?
Yeah, I think it is shown as a 20-metre, but the description on the proposal is for a 15-metre, and it shows that on the plans as being a 15-metre pole. I don't know, I think that's been shown in error that it states a 20-metre pole, when in fact it is, it's clearly states on the plans and the application form and the supporting information, it is a 15-metre pole.
Okay, only the two plans that we've just seen are both labelled 20-metre pole. Is that the applicant's mistake?
Yeah.
They're not here, are they, tonight?
Thank you, Councillor Derbyshire.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just a point of clarification, really, on representations from Royston Town Council. 3.2, bullet point number 3 states guidelines state that the mast cannot be sited within 60 metres of a school, but this one would be within the distance of homes with children living in them. Is it sited within 60 metres of a school? It doesn't state whether it is or not.
I'm not sure of the distance from a school, to be honest. I'm not sure if there's any guidelines that specify any difference between the distance from a school or children in residential properties, but that's something I couldn't confirm.
Councillor David Levitt.
Yeah, just is this a completely new installation or does it upgrade an existing installation? Do you know? Because it appears on Google Earth to be something similar there. In there.
It's a completely new installation. I think further down there's a BT box a bit further down. So I think that's what they probably shown there.
I was just wondering whether we could check about the schools just by looking on maps and our phone, on someone's phone. Sure, that would just tell us the answer to that one. Councillor Levitt, have you finished? Councillor Alistair Libby.
So, just coming on Councillor Derbyshire's point, what is it that makes it so it can't be within 60 metres of a school? Is it a health concern? And if so, has that been taken into consideration about homes with children living in them?
Yeah, they have the telecoms applications do need to take into account the International Commission for non-ionizing radiation protection, and that is something that they need to take into account, and they have done. There's no requirement for us to ask for the council to ask for any further evidence of anything around that.
Other questions, clarification? Councillor Amy Allen.
According to Google Maps, there is no school within 60 metres of the proposed box.
Thank you.
Or stop mass, my apologies.
Before we go on to the registered speakers, I just need to check the registered speakers are actually here for this section. So can I just check, please, that we have got Jill Saunders? But it's for the rest of the evening. Philip Crowe, Neil Harmsworth, Alistair Gamble, Rebecca Locke, Elias Karapanos, Andrew Bartlett, David Cook, Lynn Bogey, and Michael Calder. No, not Michael Calder. Thank you. So can I call on Objector Chris Locke to speak, please, for 5 minutes?
Thank you, Chair. My name's Chris Lobb. I'm a resident of the Coomans Estate. I live in Kipling Road, and I speak on behalf of the residents of Kipling Road and of the Coomans Estate in relation to application 22-01342 TD. The residents agree with the principles within the Code of Practice on Wireless Network Development. We must enable people to remain connected, and we must give businesses assurance for their reliance on digital connectivity. Technology today is moving forward at a fast pace. Improvements to technology happen daily. What is cutting edge today is obsolete tomorrow. We as residents are aware of this. We want to be able to shop online, peruse holiday sites, and businesses want to advertise on the internet and need to contact customers and suppliers. Both the Code of Practice and the National Planning Policy Framework refer to sustainable development. My understanding of this term relates to making improvements for the future. In making those improvements, we must ensure that we do not compromise the present. The siting of a 15-metre mast outside the rear of 33 to 35 Coomans does compromise the present and is inappropriate for the following reasons. Mrs. Bateman, in her objection, states, this small estate already has had an estate added at Browning Close. Where there are open fields, we now have the Twiglands estate. Plus there is a bus stop already at the bottom of our garden. I think we've had our fair share of changes in this area already. This would be an eyesore. and not in keeping with the surroundings. The mast will rise above the tree line and will be visible and dominate the view from all of our back gardens and windows. There's a suggestion within the documentation that the mast would be camouflaged in such a way that it meets the same colour as the street furniture. You might as well paint it yellow and put a beacon on top of it. It's rising at least 5 metres above the tree line, so it would be visible from all the properties. Although our property is back onto the A10, our view is that of trees that were planted at the time of building Twigden's estate, with the buildings now not visible even from the upper floors of our homes. It is agreed that we do see 10-metre lampposts situated along the A10, but a lamppost is a structure you would expect to see along a road. Mr. Newman states in his objection, the application discounts other residential sites for such reasons as the area is in proximity to a residential area, which may cause an adverse visual impact. Narrow pavements may cause obstruction and design safety concerns, and the nearby busy road may cause safety concerns. How are these concerns any different from the proposed site? The application states to support antennae, associated radio equipment and ancillary development. We're unsure what that means, but assume that Hutchinson Telecom may want to add to them on a pole at a later date, making the structure more unsightly. We as residents are concerned that any potential additions, such as CCTV cameras, could impinge on our right to privacy. The erection of a mast on the proposed site would potentially devalue our homes. The proposed siting is on a narrow grass verge, which includes a narrow footpath and could potentially cause an obstruction for pedestrians. There are no parking facilities on the A10 for maintenance vehicles. This would cause a health and safety issue for pedestrians using the path and for operatives who may not be able to exit their vehicles safely. Parking on the grass verge would cause damage to the verge, especially in wet weather. The developers state there is no risk to health and safety with low level of radiation admitted being within acceptable limits. The residents are concerned and anxious. The rejected site report submitted by the developer gives approximate distances from schools or close to a children's playground, which suggests there are possible dangers related to health and safety, which could affect nearby residents. If this proposal were accepted, the residents would require an independent health and safety risk assessment. We do not believe that the site surveys were carried out with due diligence. The submitted reports of sites inspected by the surveyor were clearly going to fail. The surveyor has not looked at sites where there's no infringement on residents. Some alternative sites have been highlighted in the objections submitted, such as on the A10 A505 roundabout or the A505 verges heading towards Duxford. The application made by the supplier has not been thought through and the impact on residents in the locality has not been considered. There is no mention of mask sharing within the documentation.
Can I give you a couple more seconds?
We suggest that the site surveyor reassess their findings and withdraw the application in favour of a site that does not affect local residents and consider other options. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Points of clarification from the members? Vicky, would you like to respond to anything that's been said?
Yeah, with regards to the equipment siting, I mean, this application is based purely on siting and design. So in terms of other sites, they have stated their reasons why they believe those sites aren't appropriate. So this one is purely on, they have one purely on siting and design. So we can't look at suggesting other alternative locations. The site plan shows that it is all contained within the grass verge, so I don't believe there'd be any obstruction to the footway. In terms of parking and servicing, there is a lay-by opposite, which would enable service vehicles to park in there, where some of the other locations, that isn't available, such as the roundabout. It would be very difficult for anyone to cross a busy road onto a roundabout. So in terms of servicing, there is the parking in the lay-by opposite, and it, you know, for the sighting, it should be all contained in the grass verge, so the footway should remain clear at all times. In terms of health and safety, I mean, we can't ask for any, you know, we don't have the right to ask for any additional information other than the certificates regarding radiation, non-ionizing radiation forms that they have submitted, unfortunately.
Thank you, Vicky. Shall we go to the debate? Councillor Tony Hunter.
Thank you, Chairman. Masts. I seem to have been talking about masts for a great number of years now. The first one I dealt with actually went into the grounds of a school. So you can imagine the residents were far from happy. And as our officer has said, there is absolutely no way a planning authority can do any more than has been done to date, because the government involved as far as licenses and the industry is concerned. And there's been a running argument between the industry and, if you like, individuals for a number of years about, are they doing any harm? Now, we can't prove that, but I must admit this location, and that's the other thing, we can't actually say anything about the location because the actual service provider will say it's got to be there because that's what they need to achieve to improve the service. So we can't even say the location is absolutely awful, because if you live in that area, the sighting of that mast 15 meters high is going to be ugly and unpleasant. Now, whether that's justifiable grounds in planning, it's very difficult for the simple reason you've got to say, am I conserving the natural environment? It's in a verge next to a path. It's not a field or any area of natural beauty that you could actually say was listed in any shape or form. So I'm having really difficult, I'd like to vote against it, but I'm trying to find a reason that I can actually come up with that I could defend, and it's very difficult. I'll listen to the other members of the committee, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Simon Bloxham.
Thank you. Would it be possible to go back to the diagram that we saw during the what you were saying, Vicky, just about the layout, because it looked an absolutely huge mast and box behind it as well. Yeah, that one there. I'm taking it that's the hedge. The green part there is the hedge, or have I got that wrong? The green lower part,
yeah,
is the hedge, and then we've got sort of trees that are already there, and that's the housing in the back, right? And that's the mast. I mean, I'm like Councillor Hunter. I was finding sort of difficulty with it. We all need these. Absolutely, that's going to be the first thing that people will moan about, is that they don't get a reception on the phone. I am an O2 subscriber, so I know the feeling. But it just, when we're looking at character, it looks so out of place, and I just wonder if that is a planning material consideration that we could bring in, because I would agree with people that are living near it about how harsh and intrusive it really looks.
Would you like to comment on that?
I guess sighting and design, really. I mean, they're all the same, so it's difficult. You know, it's not a special area. You know, it will be visible from residential properties. I accept that, but again, there's no sort of constraints in the area that would go against it, really.
Thank you. Councillor David Levitt.
Thank you, Chair. I can understand the concerns of the Councillor Hinchcliffe on calling this in about it is a big beast. It is a big old mast. However, little ones don't work. That's why they're putting the bigger ones in, and they do need to carry a lot of kit for the 5G. So I can understand why they're doing it, and I know these providers do survey their sites very carefully to find one that will give the best coverage with the smallest sizes they can use, and Hence, we don't have such a good coverage here as we do in certain other countries, because they just put up 200-metre masts to cover the whole town. I don't think, looking at it, there's any material planning consideration to refuse this application. I think the other plans, there was talk about parking on the verge, but I think there's a bit of paving being put in next to it as well, probably big enough for a van if I looked at one of the detailed plans that was in the background papers. There's no school near it. Yes, there's houses with people living in it, children living in it, but that's not a material consideration. Property values, again, not a material planning consideration. It's on a road next to lampposts. There's an electricity substation just behind it, which is probably something to do with why they've cited it there as well. I'm going to move the recommendation, Chairman, that we approve.
Let the other two councillors speak before we do that. Councillor Tom Tyson.
I wanted to ask the applicant some questions, and I'm a bit disappointed that they're not here to answer them, but they would have been. And I think our speaker, Mr. Lobb, mentioned this, that there are concerns about the fact that this 15-metre pole may not be the ultimate height, because there is legislation in place, I believe, that allows the telecom company to add to that. By another, we think up to 25 metres, is that correct? And I wanted to ask the applicant if they'd got plans to make use of that legislation, enables them to apply to do that.
Can answer that. The changes to the legislation came in March this year, which generally, out of any site that doesn't have any special constraints on, they could, which would enable them to go up to 25 metres. However, in this location, because it's on the verge, it would be, in my view, it would be on a highway. So if they wanted to extend that mast from 15 metres up to 25, then they would need to come back with an application exactly like this one for prior approval. So they wouldn't be able to do extended from 15 metres to 25 under permitted development.
Thank you. Councillor Amy Allen.
Mentioned by Councillor Tyson as well, 15 metres isn't a standardised height for the mast, and as there is an error in the application where it says 20 metres on a display, and as I said before, I worry that what's going to go up a 15 metre or a 20 metre one, perhaps there should be another application done for the actual correct height so that they don't end up with a 20 metre one.
Can I just say, tell me if I'm wrong, the decision's got to be made tonight, otherwise it automatically goes through. It's automatically passed, unless we reject it. Simon, is that Legacy Hand? Councillor Derbyshire.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Councillor Levitt has proposed. I do agree with most of the points Councillor Levitt raised. There are no legitimate planning reasons for refusal or deferment on this, so I'm happy to second his recommendation.
Just have Councillor Tyson, then we'll come.
Sorry, if I can just have another go on the point of the error in the documentation. We have been looking at site plans, and people have commented on the size of the mast, which is represented and not as the application states, because that's presumably on that site plan is a 20-metre mast that's drawn in there. So we can't really make judgments about that document or about that mast as we see it in the plan if we haven't got an accurate drawing of it. That would be one of my points. Yeah. Sorry. I know that's what we're voting on, but it's misleading to show a picture of a mast that isn't a 15-metre mast.
Councillor Nigel Mason.
So on that point, can we have some clarification? I mean, to me, I would have assumed that what it says at the top is what counts as an application for a 15 meter pole. But obviously there's confusion elsewhere. Can someone clarify for us are we definitely voting for a 15 meter pole or not? Or is there the possibility that could be a mistake and it's 20? Or
All the documentation refers to 15 metres, and if we do approve the application, the decision letter goes out and it does state that this is for a 15. It's the wording on the proposal, so it will specify for a 15 metre pole.
Thank you.
Might I just step
Sorry.
in? Sorry. If members are still concerned about the disparity between the plan and the description, prior to the approval, we can go back to the applicant to make sure the plans comply are consistent with the actual description. So it's 15 meters on the plan, as well as in the description of the development.
Thank you. Councillor Willoughby.
Sorry, I might be a little bit confused, but while it did say 20 meter, I thought that it did actually show, unless I'm seeing something, I thought it did say 14.4 meters near the top of the actual plan. So I don't know whether we could have that back up just to allay any confusion, but I thought it did say that. Yes, so near the top there, it says 14.4 meters, I think I'm correct in saying. So I think that would suggest that it is 50 meters on the plan, even though it is wrongly titled.
Should I say? We're going to call you Hawkeye. It's young. Okay. So I think we accept it's going to be 15 metre mast. So we'll go back to the proposal. We've got a seconder, first a proposer and a seconder to actually propose the motion. Shall we go to the vote?
Thank you, Chair. That motion is carried.
Thank you. Item 9 is Burford Grange, Bedford Road, Iffelford, and we have Simon Ellis to present.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, as was noted on the roll call at the beginning, and I hope he's not disappeared, Matt Armstrong from Herts County Council, Highway Authority, will be here for this item on Zoom, and he'll be available to answer questions on highway matters, because as you'll see in the detail, there's been some alterations to the offsite highway works proposed in relation to this scheme. So in terms of updates, we've received some comments from Ickleford Parish Council, request assurance that all sewage and foul water will adjoin the pipe that runs south toward Hitchin, given the existing Victorian sewage pipe Ickleford, which is at full capacity, concerned at road surface water discharge into River Orton. Parish Council is relieved to note that a Pelican crossing is now proposed. And that's the issue I was mentioning earlier about the offsite highway works, recommending amendments to the north bus stop to a pull-in design and the Pelican crossing placed next to the bus stop. Ickleford Parish Council supports the comments from Mr. and Mrs. Saunders of the Paddocks, and Ickleford Parish Council previous objections still stand. Further comments from Herts and Middlesex Wildlife Trust, maintaining an objection. Significant biodiversity net loss predicted, therefore not compliant with the MPPF Environment Act or the emerging local plan. Update from Environmental Health Air Quality, recommend further condition to include a construction management plan, travel plan condition, and electric vehicle charging condition. An update from the Highway Authority. The Highway Authority advised that the on-carriageway bus stop is safer in highway terms given buses priority over cars. That addresses the point raised by the parish. Comments received from Hertfordshire Ecology, and I would advise members to rely on Hertfordshire Ecology rather than Wildlife Trust if you're considering issues of biodiversity. Recommend a landscape and ecology management plan condition, recommend a financial contribution to NHDC via a Section 106 agreement to secure off-site biodiversity net gain. Project to be later identified within North Herts area. And we've got significant assets in North Hertfordshire where those monies could be spent. We've got lots of land that we can use for biodiversity net gain off-site. We're already developing a project on that. Upcoming comments, updated comments received from Herts County Council, growth and infrastructure. They've changed some of the figures in the table. There's a Section 106 table in the report. So primary school contributions are now 517,000, secondary school contribution is 563,000, childcare 137,000, special education needs 56,000, library 5,101, youth 10,513, and then monitoring fees. So accordingly, the list on the Section 106 table in the report would need to be changed to reflect those alterations. That takes account of the loss of the existing house, so the net gain is one less than proposed. The table also needs to include the proposed 40% affordable housing, which would also be secured by the Section 106 agreement, and details of that are set out in 4.3.83 of the report. So following those updates, amended conditions, first of all, there's a change to condition 6, delete the word first in the first line and replace with 50% occupation. That's in condition 6. Extra conditions proposed, condition 25 on air quality. Prior to any demolition and construction works, full details of demolition and construction management plans shall be submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority, and then to be carried out in accordance with that plan. And then condition 26, additional condition recommended by Herts Ecology. Prior to the occupation and development of a landscape and ecology management plan shall be submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority. And then again, to be carried out in accordance with that plan. So that's 2 additional conditions, 1 change to condition 6, and I've covered all the updates. And now I'll cover the slides, please, Chair. Oh, sorry. Can I have the next one, please? So slide 1, location plan. Site is to the left of the A600 south of Ickleford. Oh, hang on. And you can see there's a large house on site to be demolished as part of this proposal. Have the next slide, please. Slide 2 is a photograph of the access off a very wooded side of the A600. Slide 3, please. Next one, sorry. Photograph of the other side of the access showing the slight rise in levels in the road facing north. And the next one, please. That's a view north from the access point. Next one, please. And here's a view of the existing house from just within the site. That's Burford Grange house there. Next one, please. And there's a view from the A600 side looking into the site, showing the main developable area, this large, relatively flat field. That's the main development area of this site. Next one, please. That's a view from the other side of the site looking towards the A600. And you can see the back of the house there. Next one, please. And that's a view of the wooded northern boundary of the site taken. So you can see you've got houses beyond those, that hedge, and they're well screened by the from the site to the development. Next one, please. And here's the applicant's location plan. And the next one. And here's the site layout plan showing the scheme surrounding the central open space and then the access onto the A600. And the next one, please. This is the offsite highway works I was referring to, and these are amended, and they're showing 1 pelican crossing to the south of the main entrance and footpath links to requisite safety standards as agreed by Highway Authority, with following extensive negotiations with the applicant and now presented on the scheme itself. Next one, please. These are street scene and plot elevations from within the site, seeing the sort of fairly even size and form of dwellings proposed here. Next one, please. You can see the street frontage elevation and then another one from within the site, internal street scenes. So the street frontage elevation is the top one. That's what it would look like from the A600. Next one, please. This is showing the drainage layout, and I want to just comment on the drainage comments. And you'll see in the recommendation, we've covered this before, we're having tremendous difficulty getting final comments from the lead local flood authority. And you'll see in the recommendation, there's a whole suite of conditions proposed, but you'll also see in the recommendation that if you were minded to grant planning permission, we would seek to clarify those conditions and seek confirmation from the lead local authority before we would grant final planning permission if you were minded to do so. But this has come up before. I think members are fully aware that there's a huge delay with lead local flood authority comments, and it's going to become untenable to keep delaying all planning applications pending that. That's why we're presenting this one today, and we'd like to recommend that you allow that process to continue if you were to minded to grant planning permission. So all the details about flooding and flood risk, we've got conditions proposed. We will also continue to work with the lead local flood authority as we develop the 106 agreement where you minded to grant planning permission. So planning permission wouldn't be granted tomorrow. We'd have all of those other things to resolve. So that's the drainage plan layout. Can I have the next one, please? That's the landscape master plan. You can see there the open space in the middle, and then the buffers around the edge, and the sort of detailed planting proposals within the scheme itself, how they would integrate the development with the landscape. Next one, please. And here's the other part of the landscape master plan, so it's showing the site closer to the road, and you can see all the details there, clearly thought through and well laid out, and integrating with existing important vegetation around the edge of the site. Just a final comment before I'll end my statement. Just to go to the recommendation, you'll see this site remains in the green belt, as you know, as currently in the adopted local plan. It's an emerging allocation in the emerging local plan, but because it remains in the green belt, if you were minded to grant planning permission this evening, we'd need to refer to the Secretary of State as a departure from the development plan, and the Secretary of State would need to confirm whether or not they wish to call in the application for an inquiry. So that's part of the recommendation. And I'm also going to just change point A of the recommendation to cover the biodiversity net gain point, because we haven't quite finalized that yet. So what I'm recommending here is the completion of a satisfactory legal agreement, including an agreed biodiversity net gain payment for off-site mitigation, and the applicant agreeing to extend the statutory period in order to complete the agreement if required. And then B, resolution of flood drainage matters, which I mentioned earlier, and then the conditions and informatives set out in the recommendation, Chair. That's the end of my updates. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions from members? Clarification? Dr. Promoter, Councillor David Levitt.
Thank you, Chair. There's no applicant name on the paperwork. I wonder if you could clarify who the applicant is in case any of us know them or are related to them or anything.
That's unusual. Yeah, I spotted that. It's Carla Holmes.
Any other comments? Any more questions? Sorry. Councillor Nigel Mason.
Thank you. Two questions. One is, can you just remind me the distance from the development down to the River Alton? It seems on that to be a reasonable distance, but I just wanted to double check that. It's hard to work out from the scale.
I don't have that information to hand, I'm afraid. I couldn't give you an accurate picture of that. Is it 60 metres?
That was what I was judging, something
Okay.
like that. Second question, completely unrelated to that one. I noticed in 4.2.4 the nature of the houses, and 19 affordable housing units, basically 40% affordable housing. I was slightly confused by the makeup. Am I right in thinking affordable housing would mean 80% of market value? Have I got that figure right?
I'm glad you asked that question, because it's actually down in my notes. I'm going to ask someone to answer it for you.
Sorry, I'll ask a second because what surprised me about this is if you look at what the 19 affordable house, no, it's okay. I think I've answered my own question on that bit. I misread it, I'll be honest, and thought it was the 4 and 5 bedroom houses with the affordable ones. I was trying to work out how the hell that works, and I'd love to know what someone's definitions of affordable. But am I right? It's 80% of market value.
That's correct. For affordable rent,
yeah.
The maximum that you can have for affordable rent is 80% of the market value, because that's a private rental market value. That would be for affordable rent. There's also intermediate tenure, which is shared ownership, but that's correct. The definition of affordable rent is up to 80% of market value. Social rent, which was the earlier version, would have been around about 50-60%.
Thank you. Any other questions of Simon? Can we go to the registered speakers, please? First of all, the objectors, Jill Saunders and Philip Crowe.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I continue to oppose this development of Greenbelt land at IC2. You will have seen that local residents like me have set out all our objections in writing, so I won't repeat all the points. We've also challenged the soundness and legality of the site selection, and we're waiting for the planning inspector's response. The fundamental problem is that IC2 is significant Greenbelt land. The Greenbelt Review conveniently downgraded this plot, subparcel 12A, but failed to provide any justification or rationale for doing so. In your papers, paragraph 4.3.17, it continues to muddle up the assessment. Given the totality of proposed developments in Ickleford, we feel that you should require a strategic master plan to take account of cumulative impact of development in the area. This is in line with the emerging local plan requirements. That's page 56, policy SP9. If you fail to take wider considerations into account, there will inevitably be continuing challenges against potential or planned sites because of infrastructure and other issues. If, however, you do decide to approve any development on this land, then please do require the recommended conditions listed in your papers. For example, in paragraph 4.3.33, your officers state that planting and screening on the southern boundary are insufficient and should be dealt with by condition. I'd like to emphasise the importance of this strip along the entire width of the southern boundary. We've submitted many photographs showing how this boundary, with its drainage ditch, seasonal pond, mature trees and shelterbelt hedging, provide a rich and varied wildlife corridor and buffer zone. So in line with the emerging local plan, pages 131, 132, the development must adhere to the requirement for no less than 12 metres of buffer. Please make this a strong condition with full protection for existing trees and additional complementary planting, but no buildings, no retaining walls, no car parking, no substations, or no foul water pumping station in the zone. So we noted that the proposals now include a signalised pedestrian crossing on the busy A600 Bedford Road. And we'd like you to ask for the footpath serving this crossing to be extended a short distance south so that other residents can use the crossing. And to finish, I repeat our conviction that the proposal should be rejected, and I'd like to hand over to Parish Councillor Philip Crowe.
Good evening, Madam Chairman and Councillors. My name is Philip Crowe from Ickleford Parish Council, and Ickleford Parish Councillors continue to strongly oppose the plans for the Burford Grange development, which is situated on Greenbelt land and will be built before the final report from the Government Inspector has been received. Should the application be approved, however, we stress the following points must be taken on board by Carla Homes and integrated into their plans. 1, on numerous occasions, we have requested assurances from both Carla Homes and Anglian Water that all sewerage and wastewater from this site will be directed into the main pipe which flows south towards Hitchin and not north into the old Victorian pipe system that cannot cope with current use and causes Ickleford residents to suffer flooding and ongoing issues since the addition of new housing in recent years. We are therefore requesting an assurance in writing from Carla and Anglian Water that all foul water will be directed south and that this will be shown on all future plans. With the government's new strategy launched to protect chalk streams, published on the 15th of October 2021, we were dismayed to see from the latest plans that this new strategy is not being upheld and that Carla Holmes still intends to run all road surface water from the south of the site via a pipe under the Bedford Road into the River Orton, which is a pure and very rare chalk stream. All road runoff water with all its pollutants, which cannot be directed to the new holding pond at the centre of the site, should be directed to the foul water system. We therefore need assurance from Carla that this will be the case and that nothing would inevitably cause damage to fish or other wildlife or harm this water in any way will go into the river. Point 3, it is our considered opinion that the siting of Pelican Crossing should be next to the new northbound bus stop, which in itself should be designated as a pull-in, as is in the case with the southbound bus stop, opposite for clear traffic vision. This would then be a benefit to the village residents as well as Burford Grange, and would stop the possibility of young children on leaving the bus crossing at the Turnpike Lane roundabout instead of walking south to use the new crossing. It is only human nature to want to take the quickest route to your destination. Carla Holmes must agree to work with Hertfordshire Highways on this road safety decision. In conclusion, this parish council has made numerous objections to the development of the past, the details of which have all been published. We continue to support our residents, particularly Mr. and Mrs. Saunders, and should like to think the observations I have made just outlined as being particularly pertinent to the development will be approved and actioned. Thank you.
Thank you. I was so busy listening, I forgot to tell you only had 1 minute. Questions from members? Or clarification? Councillor Alistair Willoughby.
Thank you. A quick question, Simon. I think I'm going to have to direct this to you because I think you'll know more about it. It was noted that where the crossing is not. I don't believe that it's stated that it's inconvenient. So what has been suggested is that the pathway is elongated. Is that something that we could require?
Chair, I think we do have Matt Armstrong available. I don't know whether he would like to comment on that as he is on Zoom.
Sorry, could you repeat the question? So the specifics was about the crossing.
Sorry. So it was asked whether it could be a requirement that the pathway extends slightly further south, so that so that it could be used by other residents of the village. Is that something that we could require?
Okay, I think there's a very slight delay, so apologies if the communication doesn't quite work. So in terms of extending you're talking about the footway from the site access south along Bedford Road on the same side as the site, because there's a footway on the opposite side already as Bedford Road. The footway could be extended to a certain degree further south, but not too far, because highway land literally runs out. So the amount of highway land that's grass verge becomes narrower and narrower the further south you go. I think there's a bridge a bit further south and it effectively runs out. The footway could be extended. I think there's one, possibly two dwellings immediately to the south of this site. Pragmatically, it could be extended to serve those. I think the test in a planning context is all works must be necessary and directly related to the development. So the argument has got to be that if the footway wasn't extended to those dwellings or that dwelling further south, then the whole scheme essentially falls over and it's unacceptable in a highways planning context. I'm not entirely convinced we can say that, but pragmatically, that may well be the best way. I think it's a few meters further south. That may well be an option.
Thank you, Matt. Because we're a bit out of kilter here, can we go back to questions to Jill and Philip about their contribution from members, if there are any? Although it was useful. Okay, can I call upon Objector Councillor Sam North?
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, colleagues. You will have read and seen the comments made objecting to this application, and tonight you have heard from Parish Councillor Philip Crowe and Jill Saunders stating very clearly the reasoning and rationale for objection to this site. I wanted to add to the objections that have been considered with an additional request. It was raised at the Cabinet meeting of Tuesday, the 21st of June, that this authority has now received the draft local plan response from the planning inspector. As this site forms a strategic location on the local plan, I would ask that as we as an authority are so close to understanding the outcome of this process, we delay the decision of this application until a date that the fact-checking and administration of the response has been concluded. This will enable the planning committee to consider this proposal in conjunction with the local plan as it is likely to be and not how we guess it could be. This committee has previously considered applications giving significant weight to the proposed plans, but as we have now received them, it would be beneficial, in my view, to wait for that to conclude. Should you wish to consider this application tonight and not defer the consideration of the application, I would like to add some further points for your consideration. The first point is Ickleford is a village with its own identity, and it's not a suburb of Hitchin. Residents feel very strongly that should this application go ahead, it will significantly erode the character of the village and its identity. It should also be noted that residents are not opposed to development, but would prefer it to be on brownfield sites and not those that are greenbelt. The second point that I want to make is in relation to the officer's report at 4.3.106 in the section on planning balance. It states that other considerations include those that have been afforded very substantial, significant, moderate, or other weight, and these relate to benefits arising from the supply of housing on this allocated site within the emerging local plan, net gains in biodiversity, open space provision, and highway benefits. There are also other matters that are neutral in the planning balance. I would object to a number of the points made in this paragraph for the following reasons. I've already raised my consideration on the point relating to the emerging local plan, and I genuinely believe that deferral of this is the best option. B, the net gains in biodiversity. The report states that net gains in biodiversity will be 3% of a currently green field. This negligible biodiversity impact will be significantly, in the view of residents, unacceptably outweighed by the negative implications not directly on this site. You've also seen the images of the very green field. C, open space provision. It's hard to argue that this application would add open space benefits to the wider community due to its cul-de-sac nature. While it provides open space for the residents of the site, that should, in my view, be considered a natural benefit. D, it is hard to understand the highway benefits of an additional 48 dwellings being located on a road that is already being monitored for its poor air quality, other than the very much needed Pelican Crossing. However, would suggest that a new Pelican Crossing doesn't require a development. If you agree with the objections that I've set out relating to that specific paragraph, then you should also consider that the negative impacts of this development outweigh any benefits. It is also known that drainage and sewerage is of concern in Ickleford, and so I believe it is crucial that this consultation and comments are concluded prior to a decision being made. And considering Mr. Ellis's earlier comments, in my view, it adds to the argument for deferral of this application. I therefore ask that the committee defers consideration of this application. However, if it doesn't agree to deferral, it rejects the application on the grounds of the significant negative environmental and ecological impacts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Spot on for time. Points of clarification of Councillor North. No. Can I go on to supporter Neil Farnsworth, please?
Chairman and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this evening to present our proposed development at Burford Grange, Ickleford. Carla Holmes, North Home County, is a part of the wider Carla Group, a nationally recognised five-star house builder who has been building high-quality, well-designed developments for over 30 years. The development at Burford Grange will be our fourth development within North Herts in recent years. This follows our more recent successes at the completed Lucas Lane development in Hitchin and also our development at North Herts College, where we have recently launched our marketing suite. The application in front of you today is for 48 new homes, comprising a mix of 2, 3, 4 and 5 bedroom dwellings. In line with council policy, 40% of these homes are allocated as affordable, and these are of a variety of sizes and tenure types as agreed with the council's housing department. Wheelchair compatible homes compliant with both M42 and M43 standards are also proposed. The site is allocated for development under policy IC2 within the emerging North Herts local plan. The redevelopment of the site for housing is therefore acceptable in principle. The site is proposed to be removed from the Greenbelt and will be incorporated into the amended settlement boundary for Ickleford. It should be noted that the site was considered to have only a moderate contribution to the Greenbelt as part of the Greenbelt review update undertaken as part of the evidence base for the emerging local plan. Whilst the emerging plan has not yet been formally adopted, it is acknowledged that the inspector has now completed his report and its publication is imminent. Full weight should therefore be given to its emerging policies. Given the progress of the plan, the MPPF is explicit that the refusal of planning permission on the grounds of prematurity would not be justified. Indeed, the council's own adopted housing delivery test action plan states that it is now appropriate to determine some Greenbelt sites in advance of the examination process being concluded. The council has already done this for Pound Farm Hitchin and Heath Lane Codicott. The site forms part of this plan and the same principle should therefore be applied. A mix of terrace, semi-detached and detached properties are proposed, forming a traditional street layout that reflects the shape of the site. The houses are sited around a large village green that provides the open space for the development and sets the precedent for the landscape-led approach to the design. Every property has their own private garden. A traditional form of architecture that reflects and responds to the site's context is proposed. Brick is the predominant facing material, and this will be interspersed with render elements to provide variation to the street scene. The layout has been fully tracked for the purposes of fire and refuse vehicles. The development benefits from the introduction of Carla's sustainability strategy that will see all sites from January 24 being gas-free. As such, this development proposes air source heat pumps for all properties. This will see a dwelling emissions rate 35% better than the building regs baseline and a site-wide reduction in the emissions rate of over 20%. This site will also be the first Carla site in England where every home will be built using timber frame construction, which significantly reduces the amount of embodied carbon used by the development. Electric vehicle charging points are also proposed to be installed. The scheme has no objection from Herts Highways, and they consider the additional traffic generated by the development to have no detriment to highway safety. The development exceeds policy requirements for parking provision on the site and proposes oversized garages to ensure they can be used for the parking of vehicles. The development brings with it a package of off-site highway works which have been agreed with Herts Highways. These include the provision of a new signalised pedestrian crossing over Bedford Road and a new bus stop on the Northern Carriageway. These significantly improve the sustainability credentials of the site and reduces the reliance on private cars. The works have been subject to a stage 1 road safety audit. Heads of terms for the Section 106 obligation have been agreed and include significant contributions towards the expansion of Ickleford Primary School, childcare provision in Ickleford, and money towards the provision of new play equipment and flood lighting at Ickleford Sports and Recreation Ground. In response to some of the points raised by the Parish Council, I can confirm that the foul drainage heads south towards Hitchin, and in respect of the discharge into the River Orton, all road water goes into crates, an oil separator and silt pumps to catch any other elements or pollutants. We hope the committee can support these proposals to enable Carla Homes to deliver another high quality residential scheme within North Herts. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, clarification? No. Can I then go to Simon Ellis to respond to the points made?
Thank you, Chair. There was a lot in those presentations. I'll just cover a few points. In terms of the planning inspector's report into the local plan, I think you're looking at timing. I think if you look at the recommendation and think through what the recommendation actually says, first of all, it says you've got to complete the legal agreement. That can take many weeks. Secondly, you've got to refer to Secretary of State, because you can't refer to Secretary of State until you've made a decision. So if you're minded to grant, it goes to Secretary of State. Secretary of State has 21 days to decide whether to call it in for an inquiry. Secondly, there's the points about the flood authority. And I do take the points about it's much more satisfactory if you have clarity of that before you make the decision. But unfortunately, we've had to do this because of the huge delay with the lead local flood authority. We're not getting anything out of them. So my suggestion here is that you allow the experts, the applicant, the flood authority, to work up those details and to provide the satisfactory flood risk measures, with the assurance from the applicant that once they've done that, they get their planning permission. However, if there is a logjam and we're unable to resolve those issues and it doesn't comply with the recommendation, I would need to bring it back to committee and give you an alternative recommendation anyway. Same with the local plan. If the direction of travel of the local plan is what I anticipate it to be, which is that this site remains in the local plan and the inspector says this site's going to be in the plan, then the planning permission can be granted. If there's some complete change, hitherto unknown thing that comes out of the local plan, during that period of where we're trying to finish the legal agreement and the flood issues, if that comes out of the woodwork, we'd have to report this back to committee, because you'd need to reconsider the scheme in light of those changing issues. Some detailed points on buffer zones was mentioned. One thing you could consider, because it was about structures near the buffer zones, you could remove Class E structures under permitted development. They're outbuildings in gardens, and that would be something you could do to just protect those, give a bit more protection to those buffer zones for a practical point of view. In terms of Councillor North's idea about deferring, I'm just going to look at the expiry of the statutory expiry date. That's the 30th of July. There's only one more committee between now and the 30th of July. That's the 14th of July. The deadline for those reports is next Thursday. Nothing's going to happen between now and next Thursday. And by the 30th of July, these guys have got a right of appeal against non-determination. And I don't think we want to be going down that route. So I think there's a natural sequence of events that means that we're thinking about the direction of travel of the local plan. It's likely that this site's going to be in the local plan. However, there wouldn't be a planning permission for some weeks yet. And if there's some dramatic change in the inspector's report from the local plan, we would need to bring it back to committee, because you'd need to have another look at it in light of that change if that does occur. And just one more point on policy SP9. I think that is an interesting point about the cumulative effect. But I think what I would advise there is the purpose of SP9 is not really about the cumulative effect of development and incremental change. It's about master planning more than one site together and getting good design. And this is well under the threshold of SP9, which is for anything above 100. So I take the point, but I don't think if you look at it cumulatively under SP9, it's going to quite achieve the outcome that was anticipated there, because of what people are concerned about there is the cumulative effect of ever more growth, ever more travel. That's kind of in the bag. That's in the local plan. The two sites that we're talking about are in the plan. The SP9 issue is not about looking at the cumulative effect in terms of impact. It's just trying to coordinate good design. So I don't think you'd be able to hold this one up on SP9. But I think that deals with the points. I think Matt's dealt with the highway points. So I've got nothing further to add, Chair.
Thank you. Should we go to debate? Councillor Morgan Derbyshire.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. A question to Mr. Ellis, and apologies, I will sound like a councillor who isn't here tonight because I'm going to talk about trees. In IC2, in the Emerging Local Plan, point 6, it states retention of planting at the south and west of the site to ensure integrity of revised greenbelt boundaries. Following on from the concerns raised by Ickleford Parish Council, as a result of this development, will there be the same number of trees and green boundary around this site as there would be without the plan?
Chair, I can't answer that in complete accuracy. I'm not going to pretend to, but if you see the point that was made by the speaker, the officer himself raised that as a concern, and he says I can strengthen that through conditions and detailed landscaping. What I showed you there was the landscape master plan, but through the implementation of that landscape master plan, we would take on the concerns raised and the need to comply with that particular aspect of this site allocation policy. I'm just sorry, if I may just go back a little bit. I was just reminded of the point about assurances that was raised about the drainage. I'm sure Carla Holmes would, once we've resolved all of the flood issues, I'm sure Carla Holmes will be prepared to put in writing the assurances that we're after there in terms of just public confidence in how the drainage would work. And I'm pretty sure we could be able to do that at a future meeting, just as an update on this particular item.
Thank you. Councillor David Levitt.
Thank you, Chair. I take a lot of the points that people have made this evening about the cumulative development and the joining up of Ickleford. In fact, it's almost joining Ickleford to Westmill as well and into Hitchin and making a continuous loop. I do take those points. I was a little bit concerned when I read it that it's gone up from 40 that we had the estimated on the local plan to 48, 20% increase. However, when you work that backwards, it's still only 20 dwellings per hectare, which is still very low. I understand Sam's comment about the deferral, but this application is dated originally 2019, so it's been knocking around a long time. And I know from when we've seen and heard bits about it before, the developer has made concessions and has made changes because of concerns raised by officers and others. If we defer, we risk a non-determination appeal. And we know what's going to happen with that. Bearing in mind that the local plan is very close to coming to fruition, and the experience we have from other developments where we tested the prematurity and lost. We've tested other things and lost. And one thing I do bear in mind is there's a lot of extra bits on this development that will benefit, which is like the bus stops, the Pelican crossings and that, and some of the other stuff, which actually some of it the developer probably doesn't need to have to do in strict planning terms, and a little bit of a bonus. I'm very minded of what happened in Purton when we refused the application, which had some quite good concessions and quite good bits in there. It went to appeal. We lost the appeal, cost us a lot in costs as well. And the inspector also removed all of those little extra benefits that were in there. And the developer didn't have to do anything that was quite helpful to that development. With all that in mind, Chair, and looking at how close we are to getting the local plan through that, and as Mr. Ellis has said, there's all the issues that have to be resolved first. So effectively it is deferring it anyway. And if anything changes, it will have to come to committee. I don't see that we have any choice whatsoever on this one other than to approve the recommendation, Chair.
Thank you. Just hold on to that thought while I ask for other contributions. Councillor Tony Hunter.
Thank you, Chairman. Simple question to Mr. Ellis, just to get it clear in my head, reference to landscaping. Is that referring to what you were talking about, buffer zones, to actually expand the actual zone of landscaping?
No, there were two related points. One was the strengthening of the vegetation through a landscaping condition. The other point I made was the concern about the buffer zones, which is a point well made, is the buffer zones are the bit around the edge so that you don't get development near existing green corridors, whatever you call them, and you preserve the biodiversity of them. And the point was raised about incidental structures that might go close to those facilities. And if you look at the plan, it's all gardens around the edge. So my suggestion would be that you could strengthen the buffer zone protection by removing Class E permitted development rights. Class E is outbuildings in gardens, and you can get big buildings and right up to the boundary. So if you remove that permitted development right, Class E, I wouldn't remove Class A and other extensions, but Class E would help to protect those buffer zones. I think that's just an additional protection that's worth doing, given the layout and the gardens all around the edge.
Thank you. That makes perfect sense.
Thank you. Any other comments? Any other questions? Councillor Amy Allen?
Just a question for Carla Holmes, really. Are the gardens going to be turfed building site waste, or are they going to be actual gardens?
You can't actually ask a question of Carla Holmes.
Okay.
I'm trying to think of some other way of doing this. Yeah, because we're in the debate. I'm just trying to.
It's only just come to mind. I apologise.
Yeah. Let's ask the planning officer about this. I should question the planning officer.
Well, my understanding is that the majority of the gardens around the buffer zones is going to be turfed, and then it's clear that there's hard standing closer to the dwellings. But my look at the layout is it's just normal grass around the edge. And then my suggestion about Class E is you just prevent outbuildings being built around there just to protect the buffer zones.
So no home offices in the garden. Councillor Tom Tyson.
I had two concerns about the drainage, which Mr. Crowe raised from his position as parish councillor, and I'm happy that they've been answered by Mr. Farnsworth, and he gives us a reassurance and assurance that the drainage will be as set out by Mr. Crowe, namely to the south to Hitchin, and that the road runoff will be adequately and properly filtered and cleaned, so that there's no contamination of the River Orson if it ends up in there. And I've just note from the report that it's 65 metres from the site, not 60. Other than that, overcoming my natural disinclination to see bits of the green belt being dispensed with, especially in an important location like this, which separates the village from Hitchin, I would be content to second that motion to approve.
Okay, right. Now, where are we up to on this? This is Councillor Levitt. Councillor Levitt? Yes. Your proposal, was it as on the paper, or is it with additional comments made by Simon?
It was to approve with the additional comments.
Okay. And with seconder, we've got Councillor Hunter's name's down as well. You want to speak?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I just wanted to make perfectly sure that the Class E permitted development rights was in there, as well as the extra conditions 25, 26 and A and B. And for other members, just so that you're aware, we as a committee have on a number of occasions thrown out developments that are in the what we consider to be the green belt at the moment. But in the emerging local plan, it no longer becomes green belt. And every one of those that has gone to an inspector has been thrown out. And it's not been the same inspector, because I actually checked the appeals and they were all different inspectors. So we are in a situation now, the emerging local plan green belt has more weight than our actual current policies. So I think it's been second, Chairman, so I'll be quiet.
Thank you. So we've got some proposal from Councillor Levitt, seconded by Councillor Tyson.
Before we go to the vote, I just want to check, because thank you, Councillor Hunter, I forgot about the other bits, just to make sure that when you're approving this, it's in addition to the things that Simon's proposed with the additional conditions and the safeguarding of the boundary as well, of the buffer, sorry.
Yes, it was I think 26 and 27 were the additional conditions, I think was the numbers on them, plus the bit about the
recommendation as well.
Yeah, the permitted development E, Class E. And I think there was a few notes we wanted to add on the thing there as
And
well.
the amendment to the recommendation A.
Thinking it's implicit that I change the recommendation and then Councillor Levitt's built on that with the additional Class C. So all the updates I've mentioned, I've got in my mind of putting in the recommendation plus the Class C removal of permitted development rights.
Right, should we go to the vote?
Chair, that motion is carried.
Thank you. Shall we take a 5-minute break? Literally a stretch your legs break. Welcome back. We're now on to item 10, which is the Orton Head Pumping Station, Hitchin Road, Purton. Ben Glover to present.
Thank you, Chair. So this is a proposal to upgrade the existing pumping station to provide nitrate removal plant and equipment, including change of use of land for operational purposes and all other associated works. So I do have an update. We have received additional comments from Hearts Ecology, which were sent around to members earlier on this morning. In a summary, Ecology have not raised any objections subject to the inclusion of a method statement for removal of vegetation pre-commencement condition and a landscape and ecology management plan pre-commencement condition. So the vegetation method statement condition reads, prior to commencement, a single method statement for clearance of vegetation should be submitted to the LPA for consideration. This should include the key considerations outlined in the mitigation measures for safeguarding of hedgehogs, nesting birds and reptiles in sections 6.3, 6.4 and 6.5 of the Ecological Impact Assessment by SLR Consulting Limited, including those related to the time of year. And the landscape and ecology management plan reads, prior to commencement of the development, a landscape and ecology management plan shall be submitted to and approved in writing by a local planning authority. The development shall be carried out and thereafter maintained in accordance with the approved plan. So if we could move on to slides. Thank you. So this is the site. Site is in Greenbelt. If you could move on, next one, please. This is photos looking to the east. On the right, you can see the existing pumping station, and the photo is taken approximately of a view of where the proposed buildings would be. Next slide, please. This is the existing access. Next slide. The existing pumping station. Next slide. A view looking west with the pump station in the background, and the buildings will be approximately in the foreground. Next slide, please. We have the proposed elevations. Next slide. And we have the visibility display plan. Next slide, please. We have the proposed site plan. Next slide. We have the turning head, I believe. Existing proposed turning head for the works of the access. Next slide. And that is the existing site plan. Next slide, please. And then this is just a location plan that shows in full the red line and blue line. Next slide. That's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of Ben about his presentation from members? Can I ask the registered speakers to speak? First of all, Objector Alistair Gamble. You've got 5 minutes.
Good evening, Chair and councillors. I'm Alistair Gamble. I'm a conservationist and also a trout fisherman with a special interest in the conservation of chalk streams. The River Outen is a chalk stream, a globally rare habitat and thus a priority habitat, equivalence in importance to an ancient woodland. And Outen Head Common is the largest base-rich marsh remaining in Hertfordshire. Many of its features are priority habitat types in the Hertfordshire Biodiversity Action Plan, and it's also a well-used and much-loved place within the local community. And in recognition of its wildlife value and its importance to the local community, it is a local nature reserve. The proposal in front of you is to permit the building of a denitrification plant to enable affinity water to restart pumping groundwater out of the aquifer. That same aquifer is the aquifer which gives life to the river and marsh. Because of this, the planning proposal has the potential to damage them. Despite the fact that the application is predicted in the ecological information submitted by the applicant, page 27 of their EIA, to have a detrimental effect on these habitats. No assessment, mitigation or compensation for these impacts have been submitted. Hertfordshire Ecology, your official advisors, say, page 106 and 107 of your agenda, without any other evidence to the contrary, it is not unreasonable to be concerned that the resumption of water abstraction facilitated by this proposal will have a deleterious effect on the local wildlife site. No evaluation of the potential effect of the recommencement of water abstraction on the springs or wetland habitats of the local wildlife site has been provided, nor have any measures to prevent or mitigate for these potential effects been proposed. Consequently, Herts Ecology advise that in line with the Environment Act, that the local planning authority should satisfy itself prior to determination that there will be no indirect negative effects on the Outen Head local wildlife site from this application. So can you do that? I don't think you can, because all the evidence, including in the applicant's own EIA, evidence from your own advisors, evidence from the Herts and Middlesex Wildlife Trust, and from others such as myself, suggests that there may well be negative effects. And there is absolutely no evidence whatsoever that there won't be. The National Planning Policy Framework is clear. 174 planning policies and decisions should contribute to and enhance the natural and local environment by protecting and enhancing valued landscapes, sites of biodiversity or geological value, and minimizing impacts on and providing net gains for biodiversity. 180A, if significant harm to biodiversity resulting from development cannot be avoided, adequately mitigated, or at last resort compensated for, then planning permission should be refused. Development resulting in the loss or deterioration of irreplaceable habitats such as ancient woodlands and ancient or veteran trees, and I would add chalk streams, should be refused unless there are wholly exceptional reasons and a suitable compensation strategy exists. This application does not show how it will achieve a net gain to biodiversity, to the affected habitats of Outen Head Local Nature Reserve, or to the River Outen. In fact, it does not even assess them. It also does not in any way address the issue of a suitable compensation strategy. Thus, the application is not compliant with planning policy and should be refused. In the event that you nonetheless believe that this application should be approved because of its overriding interest in public water supply, then I think that you need to attach strong conditions to that. And I suggest that no work shall commence until a scheme of monitoring of the hydrological and ecological impact on the River Outen and the Outen Head Marsh from the development and associated groundwater pumping.
You have 30 seconds remaining.
Has been submitted and approved in writing by the local planning authority. This scheme shall also include a compensation strategy which is to be implemented by the applicant should the monitoring demonstrate a negative impact on either the River Outen or the Outen Head Reserve. And the reason for that is to comply with the biodiversity requirements of national planning policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for clarification? Can I just point out, this is the same River Orton that we've talked about in the last item, just further along. Next, can we go to supporters, please? Rebecca Locke and Ilias Karapanos.
Chair, we actually have a member advocate to speak on this item as well. Councillor Sam North is objecting to the item.
I do apologise. It must be getting late. Sorry, Rebecca and Ilias, can you wait a moment? Councillor Sam North.
Thank you very much, Chair. As has already been mentioned, Orton Head Common is a protected nature reserve. The This development is proposing to abstract high quantities of water adjacent to this important natural asset. Recently and frequently, as many people who frequent Hitchin will know, Orton Head Common has run dry very recently and often. This has caused significant damage to the wildlife inhabiting this nature reserve, and indeed the streams that are fed by and feed it. It's difficult to understand how this application would not have further negative consequences on this important nature reserve and the streams and rivers nearby. This is significantly important as the River His, Purwell and Orton, which will be impacted by increased pumping at this site, are chalk streams. And let me tell you just a little bit more detail about chalk streams. So chalk streams are very rare. There are only 200 worldwide, of which 85% are found in England, making them very special. They are a very, very fragile environment created by clean, clear water at a constant temperature, supporting very special wildlife habitats and species. Many insects, plants, and animals live in and around chalk streams, including mayfly, water crowfoot, brown trout, bullhead, kingfisher, water voles, and otter. All of these can be found within the rivers that run beside the gardens, farmland, and common land in and around Orton Head Common. From May to October, plants grow in the middle of the river. These plants, such as starwort and water crowfoot, grow in clumps, forming living rocks, forcing the water to flow around them in intricate patterns. The water flows faster within these small open channels and helps to keep the gravel river bed clean of sediment and the water oxygenated. The clean gravel supports the insect life necessary to feed all the other animals which share the river, and it provides an important place for fish like brown trout to lay their eggs. It has been said in the report that this committee should not consider water abstraction due to it being under the ownership of the Environment Authority, the Environment Agency. However, we as a council declared an environment emergency. And at every committee, councillors are reminded of that requirement. It's in my view something that must be a material consideration, as this application is highly likely to impact the nature reserve and special wildlife habitats. I believe this is more than enough reason to reject this application. It's also argued that this application will increase water resilience. I would disagree. What it is doing is transferring the resilience. As the applicant suggests, this will reduce the amount of transportation of water from elsewhere. So in fact, it's not increasing the resilience, it's transferring it to the very vulnerable streams that we have in our district. On top of the environment and ecological concerns raised very specifically on the nature of the application site, there is also a clear comment within the report that there would be an adverse impact on the green belt, which in itself, in my view, is a reason for this application to be refused. I don't want to live in a world where we are capable of destroying what is left of these beautiful habitats, and I would strongly advise many of these councillors and you on the committee to go and visit them and see the
you have 1 minute remaining
abundance of wildlife that these chalk streams do contain. So thank you for listening, and I hope you will consider the comments that have been made by myself and the objectors.
Thank you, Councillor North. Any questions, clarification? Rebecca and Elias.
Good evening. Thank you, Chair. My name is Rebecca Locke and I am a Chartered Town Planner at Dalcour McLaren, acting on behalf of Affinity Water Limited. Dalcour McLaren works exclusively with the utilities and infrastructure sector, delivering essential facilities and equipment across the UK. With me this evening is Dr. Ilias Karapanios from Affinity Water. Ilias is a technical expert and a senior member of the team working on this proposal. This site is an important part of Affinity Water's strategic plan, which is agreed with the Environment Agency and Drinking Water Inspectorate. Current levels of nitrates in the water at Orton mean that Affinity is currently unable to use this site as part of its operations. This means that their total available resource for supplying water to residents is currently lower than required. This is called unplanned outage. In order to ensure a safe and resilient water supply, Affinity needs to restore this site to operation. The building is an extension of the existing water production site on Affinity Water's own land to enable nitrate removal, which cannot be accommodated on the existing operational site. The development has been designed as a functional and simple building, which is similar in appearance to other buildings which are used for protecting water treatment equipment. The building is simple in form and design and will be located adjacent to the existing buildings and equipment at the site. It is not dissimilar to steel portal framed barns found in other rural locations. The nitrate removal process and associated equipment is considered to be an engineering operation. National planning policy confirms that engineering operations are not inappropriate development in the Greenbelt, provided that they preserve its openness and do not conflict with the purposes of including land within it. The application demonstrates that there would be no overall harm to the inherent openness of the Greenbelt due to the location of the building adjacent to an existing operational water treatment site. Furthermore, the building would not exacerbate any urban sprawl nor contribute to the closing of any gaps between settlements, and so the overall function of the Greenbelt is not compromised. In addition to this, the applicant has also demonstrated very special circumstances to confirm that the benefits of the development by way of the provision of a safe and resilient water supply outweigh any harms identified. The application has been carefully considered by all consultees and your planning officers, and the principle of development is considered to be acceptable. Affinity have worked with your officers and consultees to address all relevant planning considerations, and your officer's recommendation includes conditions to ensure the appropriate mitigation is carried out and that further details are approved by council. Alongside the planning application, Affinity Water continues to work closely with stakeholders, including the Environment Agency, and there are regulations and permitting structures which govern their activities as a water provider. Affinity Water understands there is sensitivity regarding the use of natural water sources. That's why Affinity has taken the time to communicate the operational need and environmental benefits of the proposal to a wide range of stakeholders over the past year. Members have been signposted to a project website, and Affinity delivered briefings for members of North Hertfordshire's Cabinet and Purton Parish Council. This included a site visit to another Affinity location to show what the operation at Orton is expected to be like. I can also update the committee that the team spoke directly with the district and county councillors who represent the Orton area within the last 3 months, and those members had no concerns to raise with the team on behalf of their residents, nor reported any concerns being raised with them. In summary, the proposed development is acceptable in principle and would not cause inherent harm to the openness or reasons for including land in the Greenbelt. There are significant public benefits in the provision of the nitrate treatment plant to enable Affinity Water to provide a safe and continuous water supply. All material planning considerations have been taken into account and have been
1 minute remaining
of lengthy discussions with your planning officers. We understand the concern to protect the river, and Affinity hold an existing abstraction licence from the EA, which is the highest form of enforcement and is subject to regular review. That licence is not the subject of this meeting, and it is submitted that the proposal demonstrates compliance with local and national planning policy, and as such, there is no material reason why permission should not be granted. We're pleased to be here this evening to answer any remaining questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for speakers? Oh, yes. David Levitt.
Thank you, Chair. So as somebody said earlier, it's a bit awkward trying to turn, I can't use the microphone and talk to you at the same time. It's a little bit awkward in this room. The extraction from this station is, I'm assuming it's going to be by a borehole into the aquifer to do the extraction. What monitoring systems do you have in place to make sure that you're not over extracting and causing problems further down the line with the rivers? And should you trigger that alert, where does the water then come from? If you have to get it from alternative source, does it still come from Grapham? Why is a nitrate treatment required?
I'd like to try and answer.
Yes, thank you. So the first question was about monitoring, as I understand. What kind of monitoring is being done? Obviously, there is monitoring that we do, and we have already started monitoring the River Oton, monitoring flows. So that forms a baseline before the recommencement of abstraction. The Environment Agency also do their own monitoring in the wider area. And as Rebecca said earlier, the license is the means to regulate an abstraction to ensure that we maintain within the appropriate limits in any one day, in any one year, in any 1 hour, and so on. This license has been extensively reviewed, may I say. It has been in place since 1966. It was reviewed extensively in AMP2, which is the period 1995 to 2000. And following that, the recommendation was that an augmentation scheme should be included that would mitigate the abstraction impact. And that has been in place since 1996. So we already had a number of low groundwater level periods where this river support scheme has been in operation, and the River Oton has benefited from that release of water. On the second part of the question, if I remember correctly, you mentioned about an alternative source. Obviously, what we strive to do as a company is to avoid having single points of failure, as we call them. So we have a number of ways of supplying an area, and we're not relying on any one particular source because we have to take sources out of service anyway for maintenance reasons. However, in terms of resilience, and resilience was mentioned a number of times tonight, resilience for us is having more than one ways to supply an area. And Oton Head at the moment is part of our supply. We call this unplanned outage. So it is there in our supply section, but it is currently off because of the nitrates. So obviously there will be a lot of ways of supplying this area, and water moves around the network quite a lot. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, I was saying the question was why was the nitrate treatment required? And I think you just answered that. And I'm assuming from what you just said there that the originals, the station's no longer used because the nitrate levels are too high in the water. And therefore, if you start using it again, you have to have a nitrate extraction to it. Am I correct?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you. Councillor Tom Tyson.
Thanks. Yeah, just a couple of questions about the abstraction. First of all, I just wanted to know how you square the idea that it's more sustainable to take water from the aquifer than to transport it from Grapham. Your Director of Corporate Affairs, Jake Rigg, went on a massive PR thing 2 years ago, pledging to reduce the amount of water that Affinity was taking from the chalk streams, from the aquifer that feeds the chalk streams. He said that you were going to invest in these critical natural habitats. He said, now's the time to take a different approach to protect these precious resources, and equally importantly, we're investing in new sources of water to ensure resilience throughout the region. And he also promised that they'd be looking at investing in transporting water from elsewhere to ensure resilience. Now, this seems to me to be the exact opposite of what we're being told about this particular site, where resilience is gained by taking water from the aquifer and not from bringing it to Hitchin from Grapham water. So I'd like to that's my first question, is how do you square that apparent contradiction?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, just to clarify that the Grapham import will continue and is there to deal with a number of sustainability reductions globally in our central region. Obviously, we have committed to a large number of reductions in places where it has been deemed necessary. So the sustainability argument is a very big one, and obviously we're looking at it all the time. We're very much environmentally focused, and we are looking to determine where licenses are not sustainable and take action for that. So absolutely, that is the case. The graphene import, as I said, will increase to deal with a number of already planned sustainability reductions in the years to come, and there will be furthermore in the further years, in the 5 years ahead, and so on. So as a region, and that is not just Affinity Water, but as a region, we'll need to increase the imports into the southeast effectively. So that is definitely will continue to increase. However, on a local catchment by catchment scale, there will need to be a further assessment, and the Environment Agency is the body that is heavily regulating this. Obviously, other stakeholders are heavily involved in that, but there is a process for that to determine what is sustainable and what is not sustainable.
Thank you. So assuming that abstraction is going to take place at the rate that you've stated, which is up to 6.5 million litres a day, to mitigate any harm that's caused to the river, you've got to put in from the same source, included within that 6.5 million litres, 450,000 litres maximum per day to augment the stream. Is that correct?
So the license allows us to release on a daily basis up to 450 cubic meters for the purposes of augmentation. It has obviously the two purposes. One is for public water supply. Let me just get it up to make sure I haven't. Yes, so 450 cubic meters a day for the purpose of augmentation. There is a set trigger at the springs. So whenever we're notified by the Environment Agency that the trigger has been reached, we have to make release up to that maximum volume.
And finally, just for clarification, a cubic meter is 1,000 litres, yeah?
What?
So what I wanted to ask about was the augmentation and the trigger. You talked about the baseline and that you were working on that now. You know, we've been in a sort of period of drought for quite a considerable amount of time. So presumably the aquifer level is not as high as it should be if it was in a healthy, drought-free situation. So will you take that into consideration when you're setting the baseline? And will you also use river flow rates as your to calculate that trigger in addition to or instead of the height of the aquifer water in the borehole?
So the trigger, just to clarify, is based on the springs, and that is set by the Environment Agency. We're not the ones that set the trigger. The investigation that took place in the 5-year period, 1995 to 2000, suggested the volume that was put into the license later on as augmentation, and also suggested the trigger. So it says basically when spring levels drop below a certain meters above ordinance datum, then that is the trigger, and Affinity Water should start releasing some water from the borehole. So basically close a valve, open another valve, and release some of the water they already take so that there is no additional abstraction that will be diverted to the river. So it's basically at the expense of public water supply. And it was deemed at the time that this volume is sustainable and is actually mitigating the abstraction impact in the spring area. Obviously, further down, the river gains water from the aquifer anyway, as base flow contribution is there. So the monitoring I talked about earlier, the baseline monitoring, is an act of goodwill, if you like. We're not, we don't need to do that at this stage, but because we want to throw science into everything we do, we want to understand exactly what is going to happen after some time that the abstraction has been switched off. Now, may I say that the common was mentioned a number of times tonight. The common did dry up in the drought of 2019, in the summer of 2019, with the abstraction being off. So obviously there is something different going on in that area between the common and the springs, because the springs did not dry out. There was water there. Obviously there was no augmentation, but there was no abstraction either. So we are minded to look at the river, and we have communicated with the stakeholders that we will continue to look at river flows because we want to understand exactly the impact of our operations.
Thank you. Councillor Alistair Willoughby.
Could I just confirm? So the current site is only not being used because of it doesn't have the facility for nitrate removal. So this isn't a bigger site that is going to increase the extraction. It literally is just for the nitrate removal. Could you confirm that, please?
Yes, absolutely. So the Drinking Water Inspectorate sets certain limit on nitrates. So obviously 50 milligrams per liter is the regulatory limit. As at Affinity Water, we set slightly lower limits than that to ensure that we never breach that absolute limit. Nitrates have been rising, and that is a legacy issue from the historic application of fertilizers and so on, from the 70s and 80s and so on. So there has been a rising trend over the last couple of years, up to the point where we could no longer use the water as is, but needing additional treatment. So this application is for a nitrate treatment plant to enable us to do what we did before over all those years. As I say, the license has been in place since 1966.
Thank you. Councillor Nigel Mason.
Thanks. Alton Head Common and Nature is my backyard, as it were. So I share with the people who've raised it concerns about any threat to it. That area is a fantastic asset for the people of Hitchin and the surrounds, and I think saved the well-being and probably sanity of many of us during lockdown. I thank the speakers who've come in to raise their concerns. No pun intended. I just wanted to dig down a little bit more on this question of what happens if, literally, what would happen if in X months' time, X years' time, we suddenly think the river level is dropping. We suddenly think it is affecting the marshland. What's the mechanism for actually stopping extraction at that point? Because I was just slightly worried earlier that something was said about some long-winded scheme to go and change the license or whatever. In the meantime, we've got a chalk stream that's driven up. So I just wanted to just some confirmation of literally what would happen if someone walks down to the nature reserve and finds it's drying up, and how quickly would action be taken?
Yes.
Absolutely. Thank you. As I say, there is a process that governs the licenses, and that doesn't mean that licenses, once they're issued, that they're no longer looked at or reviewed again. So obviously there's a continuous process that allows us to do that. Now, may I say, the augmentation scheme was introduced in 1996. So we have a good 20 plus years of operation throughout droughts, floods, and anything in between. So we know, and we have operational experience of how the source has behaved, how the augmentation and when the augmentation is required, and how the autumn springs level has fluctuated. We do not expect anything different to what we've seen throughout all those years. Obviously, there's a lot of operational experience before that without the augmentation scheme. But for us, the here and now is that there is a legal document that is the highest level of enforcement, the license, that says you have to do X, Y, Z, you have to release this much water when this happens and so on, which is heavily regulated by the Environment Agency. Now, all licenses moving forward will be reviewed at a much more frequent basis than they currently are. So in terms of ensuring sustainability, both in the short term and the long term, that is going to be the case.
Thank you. Councillor Simon Bloxham.
Thank you. I'm going to apologise now because you might have to repeat some answers that you've already given. But I just wanted to in my mind, I understand that there's no pumping now because of the nitrates, but the pumping before, I take it we're from what you've said, we're staying at that similar level that you had before, and there were no reported issues with the chalk stream from the work that you were doing, from the pumping that you were doing at that time. And again, apologies if you're having to repeat answers you've already given, because I think you have had to do that so far.
Yes. Yes or no?
Absolutely. As I say, the investigation in 1995 to 2000 was extensive. As far as the Environment Agency is concerned, which is the regulatory body and looks at all licenses, not just the public water supply licenses for affinity, but all licenses, and looks at the sustainability in the wider aquifer, they have confirmed that the current augmentation scheme is enough to mitigate the abstraction impact and provide resilience for the River Oton at times of drought, as defined by the trigger.
Thank you. Councillor Morgan Derbyshire.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I do think we're sort of going over into the remit of the Environment Agency and not the Planning Committee at the moment. But one question to our officer. Am I right in believing that?
I think it's getting late. We are still on questions to affinity water.
Terribly sorry, Chairman. I thought we'd gone off of that by now.
Keep awake, keep awake.
It's only 4 minutes past 11.
No, I've got a question, and my question is about the biodiversity net gain at Orton Head and the stewardship of that, and where netting the hedges comes into this, because at the moment the site we're talking about was cleared in the last week in March, the actual grass area, and the hedges, which are historic hedges, were cut in half size, and then netted. Is this usual?
If it's is it usual, there are practices that Affinity Water will carry out in order to protect biodiversity and ecology alongside their existing maintenance of sites. It is acknowledged that those hedges have been netted, but that was done in order to prevent birds from entering the hedges so that the development could commence if and when planning permission comes forward. In terms of the remainder of the actual application site, so that the hedges are on the existing operational site. The development site itself, we've been in contact and discussing with your officers the biodiversity net gain options and the provisions within the existing local plan, mindful of the existing Environment Act and the 2-year transition period, and that includes ongoing surveys being carried out by the consultants at SLR to provide options to enhance the site.
So can I take that as a no, that netting is not part of your stewardship usually?
I can't answer on behalf of Affinity Water in terms of usual working methods.
Thank you. Okay. Oh, we're about to go to debate, but we're still on the speakers. Is that right?
Yeah, it's just a very quick one, really, because it's got a little bit confusing us with all the different bits. So can I just summarise to Affinity, please? This site already exists as an extraction system for which you have a licence. The purpose of the plan is to augment supplies and provide existing resilience. What you're actually asking for now is this planning application is to add in a nitrate treatment plant to the existing station so you can treat the water, which at the moment has got too much nitrate in it and is therefore not suitable for purpose. So yes, I think that's everything covered. Thank you.
Okay, so we're clear now. Shall we go to debate? Councillor Alistair Willoughby.
Chair.
It's getting very late. Just go for it.
Incredibly late. A question for Mr. Glover. When this first came to committee way back, am I right in thinking that we deferred or refused this based on the highways objection from the County Council?
Yep, that's right there. Yep, that was one of the reasons for deferral. But highways no longer have any objections. The issues have been addressed.
Come back onto that, Madam Chair. Well, if highways have withdrawn their concerns, the application before us tonight is not on the amount of water they're abstracting. That's for the remit of the Environment Agency. So I see no reason not to propose this.
Thank you. Hold on to that thought. Coming to Ben, I realise I've not given him a chance to actually reply.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies if I can't answer or respond to all the points raised, but it has been said a few times that this is an application to reinstate an existing pumping station. My understanding is that Affinity have a licence to extract water, and the only reason they're not doing so is because of the levels of nitrate. So this is, in my view, an application for a nitrate treatment plant. And issues relating to the pumping of water, in my view, are not a planning consideration. The issues relating to ecology, the impacts on ecology, they are a planning consideration, but we've consulted with Hearts Ecology, and in the most recent response to us, no longer raise any concerns. They are satisfied with the additional information provided by the applicants, and in their latest response they state that Affinity Water demonstrate that a resumption of pumping will not negatively impact Alton Head local wildlife sites, but they have suggested a couple of conditions, including what I think we could work with to improve on assessment condition would be to just find it in their response, just bear with me. Apologies. I think from memory, I can't find it's quite a long response, but from memory, it's whilst there is unlikely to be a net gain in biodiversity, there's potential to manage the grassland within the blue line boundary, and that could be included within that condition I mentioned earlier, which is the landscape and ecology management plan. So there is certainly potential to an extent mitigate ecological impacts. I think that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Alistair Willoughby.
Thank you, Chair. I think while I sympathise with those objecting on the basis of the chalk stream, I come from Baldock. We have a chalk stream that has also had various issues. I think on the basis that this is a licence that they are already allowed to use, that it is merely the fact that they need a nitrate removal station. And taking into consideration all the other aspects, I don't know that there is. I think it'd be very difficult to reject this application, really, based on all the considerations that have been presented.
Thank you, Councillor Simon Bloxham.
Thank you. I just wanted to, I would agree, really. I think chalk streams are extremely important. In fact, you'll find that the Member of Parliament for North East Hearts has taken this to the highest office that he can do to maintain this. But I think I've been, yeah, absolutely, yes. If you want to call Boris God, yeah. I've been quite happy to take on the information that's been given to say that they will be safeguarded. So I would be happy to support this.
Okay, right. Can we go back to Councillor Derbyshire? Was it? It's too long ago, isn't it? You've forgotten. What are you going to propose?
Sorry, I thought my proposal
yes.
stood. Yeah,
Can we have a seconder, please? Seconder, Councillor Willoughby. Councillor Hunter, do you want to speak before we have the vote?
No, Chairman, I was only going to second because obviously the Environmental Agency, and I must admit, all the questions I had were answered quite well by Affinity Water. So if there isn't a seconder, I would have seconded. So go to the vote, Chairman.
Can we go to the vote, please? You just go on then.
Sorry, something we haven't covered. This is an application in the green belt covered by very special circumstances. Does it have to go to the Secretary of State like the other one did? No. Thank you.
Who's going to answer that?
No, Chair. It's only significant development under the Greenbelt Directive. This wouldn't reach the threshold of referral to Secretary of State.
Shall we go to the vote?
Chair, that motion's carried.
Thank you. We are now on to item 11, land between Cherry Holt and 2 Cuddicut Road, Newnham. Alex Howard to present.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, members. Some updates for you on this. There is an error in my officer report. The extension to the statutory deadline date has been left out. This has been agreed by the applicants as tomorrow, the 24th of June. One final update. I am aware that some documents were sent round to members on Monday or Tuesday, I believe, that are the basis of the registered speakers. If members would like, I'm happy to clarify these at a later date. We can go to the slides, please. Thank you. So the application site is located on the east side of Caldecott Road, Newnham. It is currently the side garden of 2 Caldecott Road, located south of the site, with the Grade 2 listed building Cherry Holt to the north. All of the site is within the Newnham Conservation Area and designated within the rural area beyond the green belt. Next slide, please. So this photo is from the north of the site. As you come down Caldecott Road into Newnham, you will note the dense vegetation on both sides of the road. Next slide, please. This photo is also from the north of the site. As you enter Newnham, on the right side, you will see the listed barns associated with Manor Farm. Next slide, please. This photo is slightly further forward of the previous one, where you will note Manor Farm House on the right side and dense vegetation on the left. Next slide, please. This photo is of the Grade 2 listed Cherry Holt, which is the immediate neighbour of the application site. Next slide, please. This photo is of the site in relation to the host dwelling 2 Caldecott Road in the background, with the outbuilding of Cherry Holt on the left side. Next slide, please. This is another view of that relationship. Next slide, please. This photo is of the boundary between the site and Cherry Holt. You will note the fairly dense vegetation present. Next slide, please. This photo shows the site in relation to the pair of semis on Caldecott Road. You will note the existing access to 2 Caldecott Road in the foreground. Next slide, please. This is another view of the site standing directly in front of it on Caldecott Road. Next slide, please. This is another view of the site looking back towards the shared boundary with Cherry Holt. Next slide, please. And this is just another photo of that relationship with the boundary. Next slide, please. This is a photo from the highway on the side of 1 Caldecott Road. You will note the balanced semi-detached properties with Cherry Holt in the background. Next slide, please. This photo is from the same point as the last, but looking towards the development of 4 dwellings on the green behind 1 Caldecott Road's rear boundary. Next slide, please. This photo shows the side garden of 1 Caldecott Road. The boundary fence on the right separates this property from the dwellings being built on the green. Next slide, please. This is just another view of the development on the green from the frontage. Next slide, please. So this is a photo from on the site looking towards the highway. This is approximately where the proposed dwelling's principal elevation is proposed. Next slide, please. This is a photo from the site looking towards Cherry Holt, approximately where the proposed dwelling side elevation is proposed. Next slide, please. And this is another view of the shared boundary from further back into the site. You'll see Cherry Holt in the background. Next slide, please. This is a photo of the site looking back towards the highway, approximately where the proposed dwelling's rear elevation is proposed. Next slide, please. This photo shows the site looking towards 2 Caldecott Road, approximately where the proposed dwelling's other side elevation is proposed. Next slide, please. And this is just another photo of the side elevation of 2 Caldecott Road. Next slide, please. This photo is looking towards the rear of the semi-detached dwellings, where you can see the development on the green. Next slide, please. This is the existing outbuilding at Cherry Holt. The wooden structure on the left is proposed to be removed and replaced as part of this development. Next slide, please. This is just another view from the garden of Cherry Holt of that wooden structure. Next slide, please. And yeah, this is just another photo from the garden of that structure. Next slide, please. So this is the location plan of the site, with the proposed site edged in red and the host dwelling and its curtilage 2 Caldecott Road edged in blue. Next slide, please. This is a block plan of the existing site. The annotations identify existing landscaping and access. Next slide, please. This is a site plan as proposed for the dwelling. It shows the dwelling in relation to its immediate neighbours, the car parking proposed and amenity space. Next slide, please. These are the proposed elevations for the dwelling. The annotations in the top left identify chosen materials. Next slide, please. These are the floor plans for the dwelling as well as the roof plan. Next slide, please. These are the existing elevations and floor plans for the outbuilding at Cherry Holt. Next slide, please. And these are the proposed elevations and floor plans for the outbuilding. It's also part of this proposal. Next slide, please. This is a historical map of Newnham from 1967 to 1970. This map was added by the Conservation Officer to identify that the pair of semi-detached properties at the site have had their side gardens as existing for over 50 years. Next slide, please. And this is a map of the Newnham Conservation Area with the application site located to the northwest of the green in the centre. This map also helps to show the sporadic nature of Newnham. Next slide, please. And that is the end of my presentation, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions of Alex from members? Councillor Tyson?
Thanks, Chair. It's not a question actually as such, it's just an explanation because you'll have seen from the officer reports that I called this in myself, but I'm not acting in the capacity as ward advocate this evening. I called this in for the reasons that are stated on the report there, and I therefore haven't made any predetermination of this application. I've maintained a neutral position. I've communicated on odd occasions with the applicant only about matters of procedure for tonight, and therefore I propose that I will stay and take part in the debate and the vote.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any questions of Alex? Okay. Go to our registered speakers, David Cook and Andrew Bartlett, please.
Good evening, Chair, councillors. Thank you. We've zoomed in on the 2008 photograph that Alex kindly put up. To the north, you have an area of our land identified as important in the 2008. Cherry Holt's in red. The outbuildings just to the south there. Neither the outbuildings nor the setting are mentioned in the listing at all. The location of the proposal there, you'll note that there's no views across that land. It's got no special status or designation at all in the 2008 report. You'll note the grey area a little further to the south. This is an additional piece of land that was added into the development of 4 houses on the green, which was consented by North Herts a little while ago. This was previously open and verdant land and has become part of a domestic planning application now. And you can see the 4 houses on the green that have been added in there and their relationship to Caldecott Road. The green down at the bottom there, and an important view you'll see be towards the green. And in the report about the 4 houses, there was an important view from the green through to St. Vincent's Church to the north above Cherry Holt and above the space in between. And you'll see there's a listed pump on the top of the green there as well. I'll take you, if I may, to some photographs of our own. They mirror a lot of the ones that Alex Howard was kind enough to put up. I'm going to start at the bottom. I think the acceptability of this application turns on 2 or 3 things. The impact on the street scene, the land, and improvements to the conservation area. Starting at the bottom, just pointing out with a similar photograph that the 4-house scheme on the green, I would point out, is closer to Caldicott Road than the proposal. It's 16.5 meters. The proposal is 18.5 meters. It is taller and it is twice the width. It does not apparently have any negative marked change in the character or appearance of the street scene. However, the smaller, narrower and further back proposal is regarded as having a negative, would make a marked change to the character and appearance of the street scene, 4.3.22 in your officer report. The next photograph up is the land itself. There's plenty of images of that. This is domestic land in domestic use. And we think that the development on the green and this domestic nature strengthens the fact that from the green up to Cherry Hall, you have a domestic street scene. This is not open countryside at any point. It's all domesticated land. And that we think this is, that strengthens that picture as well. It's important to note, we talked about Class E permitted development rights. Class E permitted development rights exist on this plot. Your officers point out that the absence of built form on this plot at present, but the policy position is that built form can go on this plot. So there's no policy impediment to built form going on this plot now. Finally, if I can turn to the top photograph, this dilapidated building. It's 36 square meters. It is 6 meters by 6 meters. It is shiplap. It sticks out from
You have 1 minute remaining.
And it is very uncomfortable in the conservation area. It is acknowledged by your officers that removing it and replacing it with something else would be an improvement. However, your officers have not acknowledged that in the tilted balance. We were told that with regard to the betterment of the outbuildings, Mark is of the view this would not be considered within the neutral balance because it is not exactly material to the purpose of the main planning application. If the setting of Cherry Hall is material in refusing this planning application, we would ask you to consider whether or not betterment to an outbuilding, which is within the curtilage of Cherry Hall, is betterment and is an improvement and is improvement to the conservation area. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Any questions or clarification of the speakers? Nobody? Can I then go back to Alex to respond?
Thank you, Chair. So yeah, there was a lot to sort of digest through that, and I have made some notes. I'll try and be as concise as possible. The first photo was of the 2008 conservation area of Newnham. In my view, that map clearly shows that you have Caldicott Road going this way, and you have Ashwell Road going this way. Ashwell Road is far denser in terms of built form than Caldicott Road. It's much more verdant down this way. Also, in the conservation area statement or review from 2008, the development on the green was acknowledged as something that could be undertaken appropriately. There is wording that I can find if members would like me to read that out word for word. The point about the setting of Cherry Hall not being part of the listing is accurate, but Mark, as conservation officer, is entitled to consider the setting of listed assets. The site has no special status, that is agreed, but it is also considered by our conservation officer that this part of Newnham, like I've said, is verdant, there's not much built form, and it's the spaces between buildings that contribute to the character and appearance of Newnham Conservation Area, which is why it's important to retain these spaces sort of without built form. There was also mention of the development on the green and the relationship to Caldecott Road. I've already sort of acknowledged that the green was accepted in loose principles by the conservation area statement, and the conservation officer did give informal advice during a previous pre-app, I believe, like 2018 or 19, that a terrace of 3 or 4 units would work to complete the crescent. And that's what we're seeing now on site. So in my view, you can't really compare a 4-unit scheme that's supported with a 1-unit scheme that isn't, in theory. The point about the domestic street scene from the green up to Caldecott Road, I would not agree with that view, because like I've already said, Ashwell Road is quite dense and there's quite a lot of built form, but Caldecott Road isn't as much. The point about Class E PD rights is fair enough. Obviously, under Class E, in a conservation area, you can't develop an outbuilding on land past a side elevation. So if that was an avenue, they would have to basically put the site in half and put their outbuilding behind this sort of rear elevation in order to be compliant with those requirements. Built form on this plot is acceptable in principle. That is accepted in Martha's report. CGB1, SP2 do acknowledge that you can in Newnham do infill development as long as it's acceptable. But this site is in the conservation area and in setting of listed building. And according to our conservation officer, there is harm to the character of the conservation area and harm to the setting of the listed asset. And the last point, which I think is probably the most important point, especially for members that might not be aware of how we determine housing in the planning system. So the tilted balance, because of the starting point here is our 5-year land supply, which is 1.47 years. Paragraph 11 of the NPPF states that if you haven't got a 5-year land supply, you have to approve development unless the harm would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. Or if protected areas under footnote 7 policies give a clear reason for refusal. Now we've got a listed asset and we've got the conservation area. So in accordance with footnote 7, that takes us to paragraph 202. Which means we have to consider the neutral balance if there is a clear reason for refusal. Mark has identified harm to the conservation area and the listed building. Therefore, there is a clear reason for refusing development in accordance with footnote 7, which means that you don't go back to the tilted balance, you remain in the neutral balance, and the neutral balance is applied to all matters, but you don't have to have significant or demonstrable reasons in favor of a development. Now that's the key here. This is neutral balance, not tilted balance. I feel like I've covered everything, but if members have any more questions for me, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you. That was very informative. Shall we go to the debate? Councillor Levitt?
Yeah, I'll start. To be honest, I don't see what's wrong with it. I understand the bits about the conservation area and that, but looking at the rest of what's around there, there's the bed and breakfast over the road, there's the barns that have been a bit of a sort of an industrial bit round the back of them. There's 2 houses next door to them. It's set right back. I'm struggling to find a problem with it.
Thank you. Do you want to make a proposal?
Moves thing on, Chair. I'm going to propose we approve approve.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Tony Hunter.
I'll stop you there, Chairman, and go exactly the other way and propose the officer's recommendation. Having read the Conservation Manager's report, I can see why he's suggested we object. And I don't think we would bode very well with an inspector. So I'll do exactly the opposite and propose we accept the officer's recommendation.
1-1. Councillor Derbyshire.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I concur with what Councillor Hunter says. I think if we did grant this permission, it would set a precedent of building up. I'm just looking at the map now, and I think fitting another dwelling in there would be quite tight, and it would make what is quite a rural area slightly more urban. So I will agree with what our conservation officer has said and second Councillor Hunter's proposal.
Oh, Councillor Tom Tyson.
This is very finely balanced in my mind. I think the applicant has made great efforts to come up with a proposal that provides some benefit to offset the harm that's caused to the heritage assets of the conservation area and the listed building next door. It's commendable in that it's an environmentally excellent passive house design. The materials have all been carefully researched and selected. There are improvements suggested to, or pledged to be made to the outbuildings of the listed building next door. So there are many positive aspects in my mind of this application, and then set against that is are the concerns of the conservation officer, who's highlighted that the essential nature of the conservation area in this part of Newnham in Caldecott Road is that very open and loose-knit built area with significant gaps between the properties on it. And I think that that's what he wants to protect. In one of the applicant's documents, they mentioned the NPPF paragraph 206, where it says that authorities should look for opportunities for new development within conservation areas and within the setting of heritage sites to enhance or better reveal their significance. And that could be true, but it does go on then to say, and this is the bit that worries me, proposals that preserve those elements of the setting that make a positive contribution to the asset should be treated favourably. Now, if your decision is that the parts of the conservation area that are essential to the character of that conservation area are the gaps between the houses and that loose-knit nature of the development in Caldecott Road, and if you think that's the essential ingredient that characterises that part of Newnham, then you'll have to say that that is not a proposal that preserves the elements that make a positive contribution to the asset, because they would undermine it, not preserve it. And so that would, yes, that's as far as I've got so far.
Councillor Levitt.
I'm sorry, Chair, it was really more a point of there's a proposal from Councillor Hunter and a seconder, and I think we have to do a vote on that before we do anything, because I didn't get a seconder.
Anyone want to second Councillor Levitt? Let's clear. So Councillor Hunter has proposed to refuse the application, seconded by Councillor Derbyshire. So this is, so which is yes and which is no?
So this is in accordance with the recommendation from the officer.
So refusal is yes. Shall we vote? If refusal is yes.
Chair, that motion is carried.
Thank you. Item 12. Land west of Tootle House, Kelsall Tops, Fairfield, Simon Ellis to present.
Thank you, Chair. A late representation has been received today and the author has been asked to send it to members directly. The representation sets out detailed criticisms of my report and recommendation and clearly sets out differences of opinion on many matters. I've nothing to add to the content of the report and stand by the report and recommendation, and I consider it to be a sound basis upon which members can make a decision on this application. I do want to address the enforceability of the legal agreement and retention of trees outside the application site, though, if I may. So I draw members' attention to a plan set out on page 153 of the agenda. I just want to get to that. Right, so this plan sets out the extent of land covered by the existing Section 106 agreement, which, as set out in the report, controls the current use of the site, which is authorised by planning permission as HGV parking and agricultural storage. It also seeks to maintain existing landscaping areas within the area covered by the agreement as landscaping. Okay, so I now draw members' attention to the plan set out on page 154. See that one? Sorry, it's very late. 154. Okay. This, as members can see, the development area within the red line excludes a line of trees to the south of the site. You can clearly see on that plan those trees are not within the development site. As these trees are outside the development site, they cannot be controlled by any conditions of planning permission, but would be controlled by the unvaried part of the existing Section 106 agreement, the terms of which would be enforceable on that land. To ensure suitable landscaping on the south side of the development, there are options available as follows. Rely on the existing legal agreement that would only be varied to enable development within the red line, and existing controls on landscaping would remain. 2, require new screen planting within the red line, and we've talked about this on other items this evening, Burford Grange, for example. Require new screen planting within the red line as part of a detailed landscaping scheme. I am clear in my view that there is sufficient space on the site for new planting which would compensate for any loss of trees to the south of the site. Conditions are set out on the recommendation to achieve this. 3, the council could impose a group tree preservation order on this land outside the site, which would double up controls over those trees, and this could be secured independently of any grant of planning permission on the site. If option 1 is unenforceable due to land control issues, options 2 and 3 achieve the same objective of ensuring development is softened from views from the south, either by existing screening or new screen planting within the application site. All these options are available to members should you be minded to grant planning permission, and I draw members' attention particularly to recommended condition 4. I'd now like to turn to the slides, please. Okay, slide 1, that's the location plan of the site, which is on the western edge of Third Field, just outside the village. Slide 2, there's a 3-dimensional image of the proposed development as seen from the frontage, or rather sort of 150 feet above the frontage. Next slide, please. This is elevations and floor plans of the largest of the 3 dwellings proposed within the scheme. There you go. And the next slide, please. These are street scene elevation showing how the development would integrate into the surrounding landscape. And the next one, please. Here, elevations of 1 barn type dwelling proposed on the frontage of the site. And the next one, please. This is a street view elevation of the proposed access to the site and development as finished. And the next one, please. That's elevations and floor plans of the proposed barn type dwelling proposed. And the next. This shows landscape master plan, and I draw members' attention to the space available to the south of the proposed dwellings within the red line, excluding the line of trees that are to the south of the red line that I mentioned earlier. Members will note, and this is clearly set out in my report, that there is more than sufficient space for a comprehensive planting scheme within the red line, which can be controlled by conditions, which would be sufficient to soften the impact of this development when seen from the south, with no need to rely on retention of trees outside the site, in my opinion. However, were members minded to ensure the retention of those trees outside the site, there are options available for which I set out in the beginning of my update. Now let's turn to the photos, please. This is a view of the houses to the east of the site on the frontage, showing how this site is very near the existing village boundary. Next one, please. This is a view taken from the site entrance towards the village. Next one, please. And that's a site view taken from the entrance of the site, looking in the opposite direction. That's looking west. Next one, please. And this is the entrance to the site, showing the concrete apron, which would be removed and replaced with a well-landscaped housing development if members were minded to grant planning permission. And the next one, please. This shows the extent of the large area of concrete apron on the site at present. Next one, please. Another photo from within the site showing the concrete apron. And the next one. That's a view toward the village from a point close to the entrance of the site. And I'll just summarize the recommendation. Members will note that the recommendation is not to grant planning permission tomorrow. It's to resolve to grant planning permission subject to securing the transitional Section 106 controls proposed by the applicant. All legal checks necessary would take place before the council agrees to any new deed of variation and new Section 106 agreement. It also requires the applicant to enter into any necessary extensions to the statutory expiry date to secure this process. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any questions, clarification from members? Councillor Tyson?
Just really quickly, Simon, the trees outside the red line there to the south, the desire to protect them, is that against any sort of specific known threat, or is it just a general sort of, desire to protect the trees?
I think it's good practice to retain trees that are already there rather than rely on new planting. The problem we have here is that those trees are outside the site, so there's a question mark over whether they can be retained. I've set out mechanisms that you can do that. It's also on the ridge, so it would, you do need to soften the development from when seen from the south. I don't think those trees are under any immediate threat. If having said that, I've set out the options that are available to you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can we have Objector Lynn Bogey?
Thank you, Chair. My name is Lynn Bogey. I'm the owner of Tetra Manor, which is the listed property immediately adjacent to this site. I've shared my representations with Parish Council and my neighbours who've objected to this application as well. I also addressed this committee in July 2020 regarding the most recently considered application for residential development on this site. There have actually been 4 previous applications since 2015. They were an almost annual event, all of which have been rejected or withdrawn following consultation. The strong recommendation on the previous occasion that was considered was refusal by the officer, and that was unanimously followed by the committee. 2 years on, we have yet another application, this time with an officer recommendation in support. So you might ask, what's changed? Well, nothing about the site has changed. The site is still the subject of a Section 1 agreement, Section 106 agreement, which precludes residential development. It was considered for inclusion in the emerging local plan, but was rejected. It's still beyond the development limits of the village, in open countryside adjacent to the village conservation area in my listed home, with a single entrance onto a narrow 60-mile-an-hour deregulated road. There's no public transport in the village, and the nature of the roads without pavements or verges is such that there's no safe access from the site to the village centre, school, preschool, church, and other amenities. the officer on the previous occasion devoted a significant part of his presentation to these concerns. The only thing that has changed is that the current proposal is for 3 large houses rather than 6 smaller ones. But the concerns about safety, road safety and sustainability are no less significant for 3 large houses, which are likely to have wealthier occupants with more cars, more children needing to get to school or preschool than they were for 6 smaller ones. And the reduction in the number of houses cannot overcome the unanimous and strongly expressed objections to residential development of this site, so recently expressed by this committee. Looking at the grounds for your refusal of the previous application, you may recall that one of these was that the flood risk assessment was inadequate. The applicants have submitted nothing further since that rejection. The reduced number of houses is irrelevant to this issue, particularly given that the attenuation pond, as you've seen, is proposed to be sited immediately adjacent to the access lane to my property. I remain, like the Flood Authority, and I will come to that, very concerned that the applicants have not demonstrated that they have a feasible drainage strategy or that they will not increase flood risk. You should bear in mind that if my lane is flooded, it will also prevent access to the Thurfield water tower, which serves not only Thurfield but parts of Royston. This is not a case in which the planning authority should take a punt that things will turn out okay. Mr. Ellis has drawn your attention to the fact that the lead local flood authority is not a statutory consultee for schemes of less than 10 houses. However, although the flood authority is not technically a statutory consultee and not required to offer advice, so concerned were they that they nevertheless took the time and trouble to write to Mr. Ellis to make clear that their objection had not gone away. Their email states, and I quote, "Because the application is a minor application, we're not able to object to the application as we have done previously. For clarification, if application was major, we would have objected, as we did before. We therefore do not wish to give the LPA the impression that the concerns raised have been overcome." I'm not sure, therefore, why Mr. Ellis has said that they have. A second ground for your refusal was related to environmental pollution, that the preliminary risk assessment report appears to be incomplete and will therefore need to be updated to reflect all recent as well as historic activity and uses. In the absence of this additional information, you said the application has not adequately demonstrated what risk the proposed development poses. You'll recall that in recent years, following submission of the incomplete preliminary risk assessment report, i.e. after that, an unlawful breakers yard and then an unlawful tip was conducted on the site over a substantial period. Paragraph 4.3.21 of Mr. Ellis's report states that advising on potential contamination of controlled waters is the responsibility of the Environment Agency.
1 minute remaining.
And members will note that they raised no objection to this planning application and the objections overcome. But as you know, the Environment Agency didn't object to the previous application either, and were also in that case content to rely on a post-consent condition. But rightly, this committee was not happy with this approach, given how out of date and incomplete the applicant's supporting documents were. The walkover was done in 2018, especially given that the clear risk of contamination from the unlawful tip and the unlawful breakers yard. The applicants are a balance sheet insolvent company whose only asset is an option over this land, and an owner who claims he can't afford to comply with his fencing covenants, neither of whom may have the resources to restore a polluted site. Quite rightly, therefore, you did not want this site broken up and pollution exposed without adequate information in advance of what was there. Nothing has changed since the previous application was rejected, save that the applicant's investigations are now a further 2 years out of date. I know that you're mindful of your obligations as a public body to act consistently, and these 5th and 6th grounds of your rejection have not been overcome, as indeed has not ground 2, which was poor local connectivity. The issues I referred to. Oh, sorry. Okay.
Thank you. Any questions of clarification for the speaker? Thank you. Can I call on Michael Alder's not here, is he? Yes, sorry. Michael Alder and Paul Thompson? Just Michael. Thank you. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Michael Calder from Phase 2 Planning, and I've been asked to address this committee on behalf of the applicant. As set out in the committee report, this application follows the refusal of a previous scheme for a greater number of homes than is proposed now. Your officers have provided you with an objective assessment of the proposal and concluded that this proposal overcomes those previous reasons for refusal and that there are other material considerations that justify the grant of planning permission. We hope that you'll take comfort in your officer's recommendation for approval, which has also been the subject of review by the Council's legal team manager. Further, there are no objections from any statutory consultees. Residential use of the site would be more compatible with the neighbouring residential uses than the historic commercial use of the site. The proposal presents an opportunity to create a new and clean chapter in the site's use. Whilst your officer's report provides a comprehensive appraisal of the proposal, I would like to highlight some of the benefits of this scheme compared with the existing situation. The site currently has no value to the character of the countryside. It has an urbanising and industrial character that detracts from the local characteristics of the village and surrounding countryside. It's not in agricultural use. It's not an unspoilt greenfield land. It is land with a history of commercial use for storage and parking of HGVs. It's almost entirely concrete hardstanding that is dominating. It has a 20-metre wide concrete bell mouth as part of its access, with high metal security gates at its frontage. A close boarded barrier along the site's prominent frontage is highly visible in the street scene. By contrast, the proposal for 3 dwellings significantly improves this situation, resulting in environmental benefits. It will enhance the character of the site and the surrounding landscape. It will be more sympathetic to the character of the village. The existing dominating concrete hardstanding will be totally removed by this proposal. The site access will be narrowed by more than 50% of its current width and would be replaced by a field gate. Security fencing will be replaced with a post and rail fence, and the site's edges will be enhanced with further soft landscaping, in addition to the retention of the existing boundary planting. There is ample room for significant additional soft landscaping within the application site, as demonstrated by the landscape strategy. This will be secured by condition. The proposal does not rely on the retention of the existing landscaping outside of the site, but it's clear that the intention is to retain it as required by an historic planning permission on the site. The proposed design of the 3 dwellings is no longer suburban in appearance. It resembles a traditional farm courtyard and presents a rural aesthetic that it integrates with its rural setting, which is a substantial improvement to the current site appearance and addresses previous reasons for refusal relating to design. The proposal will also result in significant biodiversity net gain, substantially in excess of the 10% required, through removal of extensive concrete and replacement with a soft landscaped habitat. The Home Builders Federation Housing Calculator calculates the economic benefits from building new homes and identifies that this will support the employment of 9 people through the construction process and benefit the village through increased local spending and demand for services. Electric vehicle parking, high building efficiency, and low energy usage are also positive features of the design. The proposal will also clean the site from any potential past contamination. The removal of the large concrete apron and its replacement with substantial soft landscaping will reduce site runoff that currently exists and improve the situation. Finally, there are clear and significant policy benefits from housing provision as set out in detail within your officer's report. The applicant therefore endorses your officer's recommendation that these benefits, among others, are not outweighed by the limited harms identified. Reference has been made to
You have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. Reference has been made to the provision of an existing Section 106 agreement, and I'd like to make clear that the existence of that existing agreement does not prevent your consideration of this application tonight. It has not been a previous reason for refusal either. The intention is that the existing 106 will remain in place. It's only necessary to amend the parts of it that relate to this proposal. Its current obligations that relates to land outside of the application site will remain in force. I think the officer has said enough about that, so I won't say any more. I think that leaves me to just thank you for listening, and we hope that you'll support your officer's recommendation this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions to clarification? Can I return to Simon to respond?
Nothing to add, Chair.
Should we go to debate? Councillor Willoughby?
I think that taking into consideration everything that's been said, I think this is a drastic improvement to the area from the looks of things. And I think it's difficult to argue that this this isn't more in keeping with a village than what is essentially a commercial car park. So I would move to propose that we accept, but I'll obviously await.
Thank you. Councillor Hunter.
Thank you, Chairman. I had a question for Mr. Ellis, in fact, to do with the flood management. I wondered if you'd like to answer that, because obviously if there's flood risk, that's something we need to be aware of.
Yeah, that's a good question, Councillor Hunter, and it is unsatisfactory, that response from the lead local flood authority. But they are not the statutory consultee. They are not objecting to this development. The only thing I can suggest is that, as you see, the recommendation is, again, a little bit like earlier ones this evening. The recommendation is to grant planning permission subject to sorting out all the legal issues and the transference of the legal agreements and the deed of variation. What I could do is, if you were minded to support that recommendation, I could go back to the flood authority and ask for further clarification, and then impose any conditions that they may require. Because that response from them, which is sort of saying we're not objecting, but we're concerned, is not really satisfactory. So you could take it up in that sense, and we could deal with it as we've done with other sites where we're getting this delay from the lead local flood authority, we're not getting clear advice. And then if they were minded to require any further conditions to clarify those points, we could put those in there through that process.
Thank you. Councillor Boxham.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask Simon, the refusals that we've had before, what's the difference? I'm reading some of them now, and there just doesn't seem to be too much of a difference with any of them. Reason 2 is the application proposal will be in the area remote from services and facilities, so that's the occupiers would be almost exclusively reliant on private transport, etc.
Chair, I mean, I address, if you read the entire report, I address each reason refusal. The difference is that the scale of developments come down considerably from earlier refusals. That's the difference, but also the planning balance changes, doesn't it? Because if I accept in the report that there is harm in the sense that this is relatively remote, there's not brilliant footpath access to the village. So I accept that this is going, there's going to be reliance on the private car. However, again, 1.4-year land supply, planning balance, other benefits, removal of the concrete apron, there are significant benefits as well. So I've assessed it against earlier reasons for refusal and then considered it in the planning balance. And in my professional view, I don't think you could sustain a refusal anymore. I think there's sufficient progress been made on the design, on the reducing quantum of development, much more enhanced landscaping because there's more space for landscaping when you've got 3 dwellings rather than 18. I think it was an 18 proposal in here, a 12 or 6, now we're down to 3. I mean, how far do we want to go, and what do you want to do with this site in the long term? You want to leave it for concrete apron for the next 50 years? So I think these are the things that we need to weigh in the balance.
Thank you. Councillor Tyson.
Yeah, I agree with all of that, and I was actually going to make the point about the scale being much improved on the previous applications. So I want to go back to the thing with the trees. Simon, I think you offered sort of 3 potential ways of dealing with that situation of the trees outside the boundary, and I can only remember one of them, which was to apply a general tree protection order on them. What were the other 2 options, and do we have to make a decision this evening on that?
Yeah, what I suggested is this, the solution in the report is, and I've said it clearly, there's sufficient space within the site to have new planting through a comprehensive landscaping scheme. If those trees outside the site are removed, and they shouldn't be removed because they're covered by the existing legal agreement, but if they are, with a comprehensive landscaping scheme, you cover that. You cover the softening of the development when seen from the south. If members are particularly concerned about making sure that those trees outside the site are completely retained, we could look at a group tree preservation order as well. However, slight caveat to that is we'd have to do an assessment of the trees and work out whether or not they are in fact healthy and worthy of retention. But that is another option we could pursue. But that would be outside any grant of planning permission because that's a separate power that we have.
Thank you. Councillor Hunter.
Thank you, Chairman. I think you've got a proposer, and subject to, as Mr. Ellis said, the legal agreement, the flood risk element, and I would suggest going with a group tree TPO to make sure that those trees are covered for the future. So I'd be happy to second with all those elements included.
Okay, anybody else want to speak? Shall we go to the vote?
Chair, that motion's carried.
Thank you. Planning appeals report.
Chair.
Yes, thank you everybody for staying, and we close the meeting at 12:04. Good night.